My volume has to be on.
Okay, great. Oh, sorry, my screen's not on. Okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Jansen, Zoom. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and we'll begin with our land acknowledgement. At the Township of Severn, we recognize the following land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather, in which the Township of Severn operates, is part of the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples have been inhabiting and caring for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Ojibwe or Chippewas peoples. This territory is covered by the Lake Simcoe Treaty 16 and the J. Collins land purchase. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. We'll now
Our home and native land, true faith and love, in all of us come that where love sweet God, the truth from every free.
Sorry. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Public meetings, hearings, no presentations, consent agenda, none, adoption of regular agenda, none, reports from officials, new business, none, general bylaws. Bylaw number 2024-47 being a bylaw by the Corporation of the Township of Severn with respect to development charges 2024-47. Any comments? Oh, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion?
Thank you. Motion reads that bylaw number 2024-47 be and is hereby read a first, second, third time and finally passed.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Minion, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Any announcements? No announcements. No closed session. Confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Motion reads that bylaw number 2024-48 be and is hereby read a first, second, third time and finally passed.
We're in a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? Adjournment. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Now, Madam Clerk, when they do the presentations, could they stand at the, or do we have to be there? It's just that their backs are to the crowd. Or can that not be moved?
Yes, they can take the microphone with them.
Okay. I just thought it would be, yeah, thank you.
Hi, good morning and welcome. My name is Wanda Minnings and I am the chair for the Corporate Services Committee. It is 9:08 a.m. and we are ready to begin. Is there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? No, seeing none. Okay, we have delegations. Please be advised that in accordance with Council's procedural bylaw, no decisions will be made on the delegation. The committee will do one of the following: refer the matter to staff for a report, refer the matter to future budget deliberations, or take no action. And at this time, we're on agenda item C1, and I would like to welcome Ted Markle, the Executive Director of Mariposa House Hospice, to provide an update and a 2025 budget request. Thank you.
Okay. Working well? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ted Markle. I'm the Executive Director of Mariposa House Hospice.
And I know most of you well. I'm Cy Lowry, and I'm a physician, retired now, but was instrumental in getting this wonderful hospice going. It's great to be back in Severn, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks for your time today. Next slide, please. So our first message is to the township and the entire population and council. Thank you for your steadfast support of Mariposa House Hospice. I'm new to my role since only February, but I've spent a lot of time with Cy and the other builders and founders, and without exception, they have described the support from this community, from council, from staff as being exemplary, and we're appreciative of that. Having collaborated in other jurisdictions where the level of support isn't as obvious makes it a lot harder to get things done. So our first message is one of gratitude. Thank you.
Next slide. Great. So I think for everybody here, I'm going to cover our sort of mandate again, and just to reiterate that when we started the Mariposa House Hospice, that it was, in my opinion, as chief of family practice, et cetera, that it was one of the greatest needs in the community. Yeah. And we ended up building in Severn because of the tremendous support we had from council here, and we found a very beautiful piece of property, as you know. It is a 24/7 facility, and you can imagine that is challenging when you're dealing with nursing shortages and PSW shortages, and this is a big deal. But I'm pleased to tell you that we've had great success hiring and retaining staff. They love working there. And it's such a pleasant atmosphere compared to the hospital, unfortunately, where there's less stress. They get to spend more time doing what many of them wanted to do, and that is to look after people, residents, in a firsthand way, less paperwork. And so we're really pleased to see that. So we have lots of young and old, and you'll see later in the presentation, nurses that are just fantastic. We call them angels. And you may know that we do serve the whole area. And so it says Severn, Orillia, Oro-Medonte, Romera, and Rem First Nation. We have a medical director, Erica Catford. And so we have palliative care expertise, and compassionate care is the whole sort of focus. So we're aiming for the entire sort of person and both their physical and emotional needs. And you probably have heard from people who've been through how wonderful it is, thanks to the staff. And we do get lots of family and friends, and family doctors do come in. We have quite a list of people that come in. And the key thing is there's absolutely no cost to the patient, to the resident, right? It's all provided gratis. So we're proud of that too.
Next slide, please. Well, one of the things that we like to include when we describe what hospice is all about is we say every business or organization has a product, and so do we. Ours is a little bit different, though. Our product is attention and compassion. And when we say attention, we mean something really specific by it. Our staff, you cannot work in a hospice setting and fake compassion, because after 24 hours, everyone's going to know the truth. It is authentic. So the people who are part of our team are the most truly compassionate people I've ever had the honor to work with. And when I say attention, they have the ability to get their own ego out of the way, to take in our residents on their terms and meet their needs in a way that is inspiring.
Okay, next slide. This is a picture of our new clinical manager, i.e. head nurse, Emily. She worked for us, then she had a maternity leave and she came back and applied for the job, and she's been fabulous. You'd love her. Her energy and commitment is 100%. And so we're really pleased with that. And so the staff are very happy with her as well. And Emily, this is, I think, a quote from her. So it's knowing what our resident needs to feel as comfortable as possible before they ask. Even when a resident can no longer express themselves with words, it means we know what pillow they want, what side they prefer to lie on. It means you've made a real connection. And this is where hospice care is so fabulous compared to, say, home care or even the hospital care, is that the residents, they feel this huge weight off the shoulders of their families when they get in there. And for instance, we have a very large bathtub. You know, I think it was over $30,000, the one that we purchased. When we have a really wonderful Hoya lift, it's actually a different make, but an advanced lift. So for many residents, when they get in there, it's the first time they've had a bath or a decent shower in weeks. Even that is amazing. And the bathtub's big enough that another person can get in with them, which doesn't happen very often, but sometimes a grandchild or somebody will hop in. And of course, we have a wheel-in shower. So things like that you just can't do in a hospital or home setting. It's fabulous. And like Emily says here, they really they provide a level of care that's so personalized that everybody just raves about it. And we do have at least one testimonial later. Did you want to add to that, Ted?
Maybe on the next page. This is our engagement manager, Candace, and so Candace works a lot with the families. She works with all of our volunteers, and she leads with her heart, and she has a very big heart. And when she says, for me, it's the families and loved ones that come through our door, whether it's sharing a tea or truly listening. I want them to feel this is an extension of their own homes. A way I've come to describe hospice, so along the lines of what Dr. Lowry just said, if you've been at home and you're caring for a loved one who's end of life, and you're at that point of exhaustion, you've only slept an hour here or an hour there for many weeks or perhaps months, you're probably not the best version of yourself. And now, magically, there's a new wing that's been added to your home. And it feels like home, only it's staffed with compassionate nurses and PSWs who are now taking care of your loved one. And then for the last days and weeks, you can go back to being the loving son, the loving wife, the loving husband, the loving daughter, and make the most of every moment.
The next slide is just a picture of one of our residents. And this man, he's got a beer in his hand, right? Yeah. I think he wanted this. What was the beer?
That's a Stella.
Wanted a Stella every day. And actually, yeah, I think he'd had a pretty lonely, difficult life before he got into hospice. So he became very attached to everybody there and spent his final days in, comfort. You'll see the dog there. So we have visiting pets. And we haven't had a horse yet, but I know some hospices do. And so it's pretty, the pets really go over very well. And there's also just a little picture of one of our butterfly gardens there. And we'll talk about that later. Okay. So next slide. Okay. So touching on the key features, a hospital bed for residents, more on this later. So that's, we're going to talk about the cuddle bed project, the new beds. Murphy beds and comfortable chairs are in every single room and very much used. Every room has a private terrace with a sliding door that allows the bed to slide out, right? So they can be right outside and enjoy our beautiful gardens and location. Two-piece washroom. Everybody has a television, a small fridge, and microwave. So pretty darn self-sufficient. I mentioned the spa room with the big tub. And I was going to mention that we just became operational in the fall. Last fall, we had built a large solar project, and it's the largest and only solar project in any hospice in Canada. and it's only the second healthcare facility in Canada. Abbotsford Hospital has one that has solar production. And to give you an idea, it's been so successful with the advancement in solar panels, and Township, I understand, might be interested in this story. And I know a lot about this, basically advancing to bifacial advanced panels at a fraction of the cost. Our initial project of 72 kilowatt hours is way beyond that. And as an example, last month, we produced, our hydro bill was zero. That's one of our biggest bills. And we produced all sorts of credits. So we're applying for some awards on this front because we are the only ones. And we feel very proud of that. And it'll be a great legacy for the hospice. So I don't know why, honestly, as a physician, I don't know why more hospitals and places haven't done this. They all have the infrastructure, but they won't put the money into it because I've talked to them about it. It's interesting, isn't it? Such an opportunity. So we're thrilled about that. Our garden and walking trails, I'll let Ted talk about those.
We got a lot of support from different community organizations and different small business owners, and people rave about our gardens. We're fortunate to be located in Severn Township, and when our residents and family members look out their windows, what do they see? They see the beautiful forests and the beautiful gardens, the beautiful wildflowers of our area. We have trails that go through the woods. So these are moments of reflection, moments of I would say moments of truth that people have in nature on our setting that provide solace and inspiration.
And we're expanding the walking trails continually, which is quite exciting. In fact, we have a meeting on Friday morning with Alex Scott. Scott's landscape. I should give them credit. They're on our board of major donors for all the work they've done for us. There's a picture on the next page, which we'll get to in a minute, but we have a fabulous screened-in porch now, which has those vinyl windows. So when you close those in the cooler temperature, even if you put a small heater, it's almost a 3-season. It's fantastic. So that's been another accomplishment in the past year. If you get a visit out there, we'll give you a tour. We obviously have a great kitchen area and harvest table, which was donated, outdoor barbecue area, and we do have a children's corner as well. So the next slide, yeah, there we are. So up in the upper left, you see the new screened-in porch. Just a great area. In fact, it's so good that we're holding board meetings there now. And you see on the right-hand side, that's kind of a sitting area with a gas fireplace that Steenhoff put in. And there's a picture of a reception area. And just trying to think, what else is that, Ted? What's that?
The stained glass butterfly is whenever a resident passes, we put that light on, and we try to show as much respect as possible for each individual. We had a tour of some social working students just last week, and it was really interesting. One of them, it was their very first time they'd ever been in a hospice. And they said, if you had asked me before coming what a hospice was for, I would have said it's a place where people go to die. And then he said, if you were to ask me the same question now after this tour, I'd say it's a place where people go to live every moment that they can.
Very well put. There's a picture of our current beds, and then we'll talk to you about the new beds that will be coming. Okay, this is you, Ted.
Our residents have life-limiting illness and life expectancy of less than 3 months. Our average length of stay is days to weeks. The primary goal of care is to manage symptoms and enhancing quality of life. We're not treating anymore. We're making people feel as comfortable as possible.
So on the front of care needs within our scope, when you're admitted to a hospice in Ontario or Canada, you don't do IV therapy, for instance. So, if people are on home IV because they're not eating or drinking, well, when you come into a hospice, that would just prolong life and increase pain. That's been proven many, many times. So we don't do things like IV fluids, for instance. We can have feeding tubes, but usually people, when they get to a hospice stage, they don't even want to be fed artificially. And obviously we give complete and utter pain control and symptom management. But sometimes people have a hard time with the intravenous idea, but that's just the kind of care that we have to provide. The average length of stay is 7 to 10 days. So hospice is not like palliative care. Somebody might be palliative for months or years even. But hospice is for that end of life stage. And some people stay longer than 10 days, but very few. And so that's not a problem either. And there you are.
And all of our referrals come from home and community care, from the community, often from hospital as well. As this is becoming more frequent as people choose that they'd rather pass at a hospice setting than a hospital setting.
So we get letters of thank you virtually every time somebody passes, often multiple letters from the same family. So here's an example. They all sound similar, which is wonderful. So thank you for the care and treatment you provided for our father in his final days. We can't even begin to describe how grateful we are that you were able to care for him in ways that we couldn't. You all showed him and us so much kindness, compassion, and humor when we needed it the most. We are eternally grateful for you and this facility. And like Ted was saying, it's amazing even now how many people don't know about Mariposa House or hospice care or understand it. So we're still getting out there and pushing it.
So here's a slide that gives you some numbers and talks about the impact that we're having. So we've served over 380 residents since we opened in 2021, and touched the lives, of course, of countless other family members and friends and loved ones. 18% of our residents since we opened hail from Severn Township.
Yeah, we just got that stat for this presentation today. So basically 20%. 65% of our admissions have a cancer diagnosis, malignancy, but so the other 35% are mainly made up of advanced COPD, lung disease, heart failure, and we do get people with neurologic conditions like advanced ALS and MS. You know what I'm talking about, yeah. So and that's another important part of our mix, but the vast majority do have cancer. Interestingly, our occupancy rate is consistently over 90%, which, believe it or not, is as high as you can get. And the reason is that the 90%, there's always a window when a resident dies and you get another resident in. And even though the bed's barely cooled off before it's filled, that kind of artificially depresses the occupancy rate. The average for hospices in Ontario would far lower than that. So we're at the top. Okay. So we're turning over is huge, which means that there's a giant demand out there. And it's only going to get bigger, not just for palliative care, but also end of life care. So we're trying to plan for that now. And we have lots of contingency plans. But it's interesting. We have a 5-bed unit and we would like to have ultimately a 10-bed unit. And that's what our design is for. So we're in the process of working on that now.
Yeah, I would just maybe want to reinforce that message. For many months now, we have not had an empty bed for longer than it takes to do a deep clean and then admit our next resident. We are full virtually all the time. Sadly, we've had to actually say to a number of people that we weren't able to take them in because we were at full capacity over the last several months, and we don't see this trend changing. So the board and the leadership team are starting a new strategic planning process right now. I fully expect us to recommend that we need to pursue an expansion, and that will be made official, I expect, in the coming months. We employ 26 people. So we are an economic player in Severn Township as well. That's a mix of full-time. About half of those are full-time. The other half are part-time. And we have over 60 volunteers. That might not seem like a huge number, but I think it's important to remember every one of our volunteers must take a course with, is it 8 modules? 12 modules. Thank you. And so it's not something that's done on a whim. Our volunteers make a real commitment when they want to contribute to hospice.
Absolutely. Okay. I think this is you, Ted. Funding.
Okay. Each year, Mariposa House Hospice must raise more than 50% of its operating budget from the community. And of course, all capital has to be raised in the community. We are blessed to have amongst those volunteers a group of dedicated fundraising volunteers that collaborate, get along, inspire each other for new ideas to constantly make our events a better experience and contribute more net income to the hospice. You'll see coming up later this season or next season, I should say. Summer's not over yet. Angel Tree at Mariposa Market. We have a fashion show every year in May. Our golf tournament in July sold out in 48 hours this year. It was in memory of Bill Swinimer, exactly. Our Hike for Hospice in May. We participate in the Rotary Car Lottery. We have an autumn concert coming up at the end of October. Tickets will go on sale September 23rd. Keep your eyes open for that because they will go fast, featuring the Good Lovelies and Zachary Lucky. We have our Butterfly Club. These are people who commit to regular donations, mostly monthly. And we have our patio stone engraving, which in the testimonial that Dr. Lowry shared with you a moment ago, the person mentioned humor. You would be inspired and you'd probably smile several times looking at the engravings on the patio stones because people have learned a key lesson, I think, about grief, and that's to remember someone the way they would want to be remembered. And so the clever little sayings and the humorous memories that are engraved on those stones are truly inspiring. And when I tell people that I love working at the hospice, they say, it must be dreary, it must be depressing. And I say, on the contrary, there's humor, there's music. We are truly honoring every moment.
All right. And let's see. So our Cuddlebed campaign is the next one. Yeah. So this is what part of what we're here for today. And basically we're replacing the sort of single beds that we originally got from Barrie Hospice. I went down there and the maintenance guy and I put them all together and moved them up to Orillia. And they've been great. But of course, we've been open a number of years now and they've had their day. And so we had to replace them. And the beds chosen are these cuddle beds, which allow for 2 persons, right, to be in the bed with the resident, if so desired. They are a good. We checked out this Canadian company through all the other hospices and places, and so they'll be good for servicing. They're not cheap because obviously, 5 beds is $150,000, so they're $30,000 beds. But unfortunately, that's the cost of these beds because they do everything but fly, and we are currently at 32% of our goal, and I guess we have 2 beds already in service. So this is a necessary fact that we had to replace the free beds we got from Barrie, but obviously we're thrilled to be able to offer this. It's going to be like, it'll make you cry when you see somebody in there. It's so wonderful.
Yes. We've had a number of family members cuddle beside their loved one, and there aren't words to express how touching it is. So our ask today is we're making 2 requests. The first is a one-time contribution to our Cuddle Bed campaign of $30,000, which is the cost of 1 bed.
Correct. And we think we would like to have some support of our operations from the council to the tune of $12,000 a year for 4 years, which we have, Severn Council has contributed $25,000 a year for the first 2 years. So, and this amount is the same amount, for instance, that Oro Medonte is currently giving us, and we'll be asking City of Orillia for, roughly twice that amount. So we're hoping that you can budget for that, and I know budget deliberations are upcoming. So hopefully this is good timing, and that really helps us with our operational costs, which never go down. We recently hired a social worker. Do you want to tell them about that?
So we were, to my knowledge, the only residential hospice in Ontario that did not have a social worker. And so we've recently hired Andrea LaRocca is her name. And so a few things. First of all, grief and bereavement services for the families and loved ones of our residents. A critical service that we weren't able to offer before, helping complex family dynamics when a family comes into the hospice, and she's taking the lead on that. And then helping our staff. Our staff it's an emotionally grueling vocation that they've chosen, and to have a social worker who's there to meet with them one-on-one, to do workshops with them, and also to help the primary care, the family doctors of our region as well, and support them. Nobody thinks about the grief that they go through when they've had perhaps a patient for a lifetime who passes. So we knew it was an essential service that we were missing. We are in a competitive labor environment, especially in healthcare. So our costs to be competitive and to attract and retain the best people are going up, but it's something that we just have to do in order to meet our mission.
Exactly. So it's a big part of staff relations. And for instance, early on the board, we decided to give equivalent and generous obstetric leave. Paid obstetric leave and top up for people, and that's how Emily came back, our head nurse, right? Because it was those sort of things matter, and they have their pension plans. They have, as I mentioned before, a very pleasant working environment, and so I think we're hoping that we're leading the way. The last picture, that's a picture. I don't know if any of you have made it to one of our memorials, where we light a candle for every resident has passed in the last 6 months. So we do it every 6 months, and all the families come and stand in the gardens. Incredibly positive emotional experience for everybody. And I think I don't know when the next one is, but it's probably coming up in
September.
Yeah. So hopefully it won't be too cold. It's not that far away. We've had some chilly ones, but anyway, that's our outside area. And I think that's the formal presentation. So
thank you very much, Mr. Markle and Dr. Lowry. Over to the council for comments. So we'll start first with Member Burkett and then Member Cox, please.
Thank you through Madam Chair, and great presentation. Thank you, Ted, for joining, and thank you, Dr. Lowry. I don't have enough words in my vocabulary to say thank you for everything that the hospice does, not only for our residents, but the whole area. And Dr. Lowry, I go back and I'm sorry I got to bring this up, but originally there were standing room only, I'm guessing 300 people at Rotary Place. Dr. Lowry won't tell us the whole story as to how he brought the hospice here, but it's with him and Dr. Catford and standing room only when he announced that they had secured 5 beds for this. You could hear a pin drop. And I can't thank you enough again for everything that you've done and you continue to do. And the board and the hard work and thinking outside the box and it, again, just thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. And again, the support from all of you has been fantastic. And I think you can see that we're pretty pleased with Ted. And we're starting all kinds of more initiatives. I think this hospice is one of the best hospices going. It really is. And it's, and we're proud of that. And then Severn's part of that too.
Thank you.
Yep, I echo the words. It is the best thing that can happen for a family, and it is a service that is well needed here. And I'd like to refer this to budget. And I would like to ask that when we're looking at it, we still have money left from our grant fund. If we could look at that to put towards the $12,000 even for this year, if we could, but we'll leave that to Andrew, and we can look at that at budget time. Thank you very much. We all highly appreciate the hard work you do and the volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Member Taylor.
Yeah, I was lucky to be on council at the inception of this great place, and what a presentation. And congratulations to you and your organization. Just a win-win all around. And thank you for everything you do. And so I'm certainly supportive of the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to our clerk for a motion, please.
Thank you. The motion reads that the delegation by Mariposa Hospice House regarding an update in 2025 budget request be received and referred to future budget deliberations.
Thank you. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? And pass. Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. Item C.2 on our agenda is our second delegation for today. We invite Melanie, Delion, Recruiter, and Marino Fernandopulle, Chair for the Orillia and Lake Country Physician Recruitment Update and the 2025 budget request. Welcome, Melanie and Marino.
How about now? Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you want me to start? Okay. My name's Marino Fernandopulle. I'm the new volunteer chair of the Orillia and Lake Country Physician Recruitment Committee. My chair term started in January, and I've been with the committee now for 9 years. Previous roles as vice chair and community volunteer with our new staff person, Melanie Delion, who comes to us from the hospital HR department. Taking over for Pat Thor after 17 years of long and dedicated service to our committee, as many of you would know her well. First off, before we even get into the first round for our presentation, I did want to take the time as new chair to thank council for their continued support. I think Severn Township has been one of the most consistent supporters of our work and advocates for the work that we do. So I just wanted to take that time to thank council for that. Just going into the next slide, we have a number of discussion points, but ultimately what we wanted to do today here is give you an update on all the activity that has been going on over the last year and a bit, but also reinforce the current landscape of family medicine recruitment in this area, but the province nationally as well as globally, there being a shortage. We are in kind of a crisis situation when it comes to family medicine and community-based family medicine all over the world and specifically in this area. For two reasons. One, we have a large number of family doctors that are retiring. We just heard from one of them. But we have, I think in this community alone, about 20% of our family medicine, community-based family medicine doctors are at or near retirement age. Combine that with the fact that there is a shortage of new recruits that are looking to practice in the community. So contrary to popular belief, I think we've had our premier speak about that there is no shortage of family doctors. That is true, but we have a shortage of family doctors willing to practice in the community setting. Reason being, they're choosing to practice. They can study family medicine, but they can choose to practice in their emergency departments as hospitalists in the hospital without the burden, the financial burden of rent and staffing costs, as well as the emotional burden of having a full roster of patients that they are accountable for day in, day out. So we are, the landscape has shifted. We have, as a committee, we took the time, we saw this kind of coming through. Pat Thor was instrumental in this, and a lot of our committee members prior to her retirement kind of setting aside some time to do a refresh of our strategic and operational plan to be able to figure out how we were going to tackle this crisis. So a lot of this work that we're going to present to you today is from that, or the work that came about from that operational plan, but wanted to obviously reinforce the current landscape and request for continued support, but as well as additional support if that is possible. So I'll just move on to the next slide. Yeah, just the next slide there. There's perfect. So I'll do a quick background. Many members of council know kind of what we're all about, but I'll just quickly run through that before handing it over to Melanie. So our purpose really is really and truly proactive recruitment and retention of family doctors for this area. Our vision and the reason we have that purpose is our vision is to ensure that we're connecting every single area residents to comprehensive medical care. In terms of our service objectives, how we're doing this, we're really looking at focusing on what we can control. We can't control how the provincial government incentivizes family doctors to practice in a community-based setting. We can't control how we can bring on international graduates to fill some of the gaps and to help with some of the supply issues or the demand issues that we have. But we can focus on our control by highlighting the unique work opportunity that a family physician would have if they work in the community, as well as our Four Seasons community, really highlighting, the area that we have to offer and to put people in that position to show them and showcase what it would be like not to just work here, but to live here as well. So that's on the recruitment side. Obviously, that's an important getting the recruits to the community, but just as importantly is the retention side. If we're not keeping our physicians, then essentially while we're doing a good job of ensuring that we are bringing people in, if we constantly have that turnover, we're just kind of running on a hamster wheel. So retention is a big piece of what we do, and that is supporting our family medicine cohorts, as well as recognizing them and recognizing them for the work that they provide in the committee. And we'll provide a little bit more background on what our retention efforts have been. So I talked about the why, the who, and the how the why, the how, and the what. In terms of the who, we have a volunteer committee, a dedicated team of volunteers that obviously are dedicated to the cause and feel that it's very important. But we also have our dedicated staff person to help us on the ground to make sure that not only we always have an email and phones are always answered, but then all this proactive work that we're doing and to further our goals, we have someone dedicated to that. And I think we've found that has been important. Pat Thor, again, was with the committee for 17 years, retired after 17 years of hard service, and it was big shoes to fill, but I think we've definitely been very lucky with Melanie, and I'll pass it over to her to show you and showcase all the work that has been going on.
Perfect. I could have the next slide, please. Okay, so we wanted to give you an update in regards to some recruits from January until now. With the physician recruitment cycle, of course, it can be a very long process. It's not a typical recruit. You post a job, somebody applies to it, you do an interview within 2 weeks. Physician recruitment cycle can be years in the making, if not close to a decade, depending on when you connect with that person. So for our area right now, we are looking at adding in 4 family medicine physicians, working with 2 potentially into 2025 that are currently practicing in Australia right now. We are adding a new psychiatrist for the hospital starting into the new year as well. We're very lucky to say that we've also secured an OBGYN for the area. Just a little tidbit note for that as well. At this point last summer, we're very close to closing the obstetrics unit within the hospital due to staffing concerns. And within the last year, we have been able to secure 2 full-time hires for that. General surgery we're working on right now. Anesthesia, we have 2, bringing in 2 for emergency as well. And important to note as well, those are international recruits as well. So coming up from the States, one is Canadian, but it's just kind of going to show in regards to where our reach needs to go. Internal medicine, a respirologist and nephrologist as well. We just heard in the last presentation in regards to COPD and Mariposa House. Our respirologist position was open for many years, and we're very thankful we've been able to fill that role within the last 6 months as well. Of course, active recruitment underway, always family physicians, hospice, some more emergency department, general internal, ENT, plastic surgery as well. Go into the next slide. So currently, the makeup of our community right now, we have 42 family physicians with an active practice in the community. Some of those physicians also do some hospital work as well. So it may not be that they're in the office Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 by any means, because they do have other obligations that they're doing. As Marino mentioned, we are at about 20% within the age bracket of retirement. 8 of those are identified within the very near future, so 3 to 5 years. Of course, there's always unexpected things that may come up that we still need to plan for. The COHT currently estimates that we have an unattached rate of 20 to 25% within our region. It is important to note Healthcare Connect with 2,700 people are registered on there indicate that they do need a primary care. However, that number is definitely underrepresented because people aren't necessarily using the service or they're not aware of the service. And right now we do have 2 family medicine residents that come in annually. If I could have next slide, please. So current needs right now, so 8 projected retirements within the near future. We anticipate needing about 8 to 10 family physicians just to begin to fill that void. And that is only just based on expected retirements. This does not even account to those that are closing practice. Sometimes we don't have that data until it's happening and we only get a couple months notice. They may not be at retirement age. They could still be middle age and decide that they no longer want to practice comprehensive family medicine for many reasons. We also see the trend where people are not interested in working those traditional long hours anymore. So when I am talking with new residents and potential recruits, they're not looking to be in the office 24/7 and they want to be able to have that balance. So what that means is it's not 1 in, 1 out anymore. It could be 1 out and we're trying to find 3 to replace that 1. Next slide, please. So some of our challenges, of course, are shortages. That is something that's known globally that we are trying to battle with right now. We have about 1,700 family medicine grads that graduate across Canada annually. It's about 1/3 of those that actually go into comprehensive family medicine. So you can see that number dwindle. And then that 1/3 of the 1,700, you know, we're competing across the rest of the nation, if not internationally, for those recruits as well. Long recruitment cycles that I mentioned as well. Sometimes we are engaging with these recruits many years before they are graduating and can take quite a bit of time to secure that. We may work with somebody for 2 years and have those contacts. And then unfortunately, you know, life situations change and we're not able to secure that recruit. Some of these can span over a decade. And then of course, the candidate preferences come into play as well. Like where do they want to practice? How do they want to practice? And trying to find that right niche for them as well. And then of course, overhead costs, as we hear and we continue to see in the media as well. Family physicians right now are giving up about 30% of their earnings just to cover their overhead costs. I can have the next slide, please. So Practice Ready Ontario, I see it does say Rumera up there. It should say Severn. So apologies on that one. We do have 2 communities in our area that do qualify for Practice Ready Ontario. Rumera is one and Severn is one. In this past year, we did try to participate in Practice Ready Ontario. What that is, it's a streamlined process for internationally trained physicians to go into high need communities. So this is something that's run through the ministry. We were very lucky in the sense that we had 18 applications for this community in itself. However, there comes with some additional barriers to participate in this program. One is that we need to have a physician to agree to supervise, and the second is that we need to have space for them. So we are still working through these programs and hopeful that at some point over the next year, we are able to participate once we have a few of those logistics figured out. Also within the community, if somebody were to come here and set up practice, there are these incentives from the government as well. One of them being this Northern Rural and Remote Recruitment and Retention Initiative, where that physician could receive over $80,000 over the span of 5 years. Additionally, they would qualify for student loan forgiveness of over up to $60,000. So this is some of the information that whenever I go to these recruitment events, I try to bring this messaging to these incoming physicians to say, this is why our area is amazing. So not only do we live in a beautiful community, but there are some of these government incentives that they can tap into. Next slide, please. So with our increased funding from local municipalities, we have been able to once again participate in recruitment events. So like Marino said, Pat has been in the role or had been in the role for about 17 years. They very much so operated on a shoestring budget. Recently, we have been able to increase our funding. So we have been able to participate in these events once again. And with that, we've been able to capture some additional data. Additionally, our medical trainees that are coming through the doors at the hospital as well have, we've been able to increase our presence in front of the students, do some additional community showcasing with them, put on a variety of different events as well. So since last September, we have been able to gather contact information, location of university and practice preferences. So close to or just over 80 family medicine physicians, and then over 100 specialists. Next slide, please. So part of the importance of building the pipeline talent is to have a larger pool of candidates to bring in, to be able to reach out to. We were able to participate in the Canadian Society of Physician Recruitment repatriation event last October. It was amazing success. We met with over 250 Canadian medical students that are studying abroad in Ireland. Many of those people want to come home, and we are that connection for them to match them back up with the community throughout Canada. From those people, we were able to identify 22 local candidates that were within kind of our catchment area or close to our region that we are able to build those relationships in. This past summer, we had 10 of those student shadowing positions throughout our community. So what that is, again, is we're trying to bolster our pipeline recruitment. The more chances we have to showcase our community, the greater likelihood that they will decide to land in our community. Next slide, please. So in June, we did host 10 rural students to come into the community. Before the rotation, we said, what is your level of interest in family medicine? And what we're talking about is comprehensive family medicine. 50% were kind of interested, 37% neutral, and 12% were really like, you know what, I don't think this is going to be for me. Next slide. Following their experience, they spent a whole week in the community doing a variety of different activities, but also shadowing preceptors throughout the hospital as well as in the community. And doing this survey, we now have 87% that are interested in coming to do comprehensive family medicine. And we are able to take a look at those candidates who's truly interested in the area, and those people we're going to continue to track for the next 5 to 7 years. Next slide, please. Oh. How interested are you returning in for future learning opportunities within our area? So for the most part, we have 62% interested and 37% are extremely interested. So we know with these students, the opportunity that we had to spend a week with them, that they are very interested to once again return. I mentioned our recruitment event last October in Ireland. Some other recruiters across Ontario did go to Birmingham in June. They were able to meet with 77 general practitioners who are interested to move to Ontario. A couple of these slides I provided in here, or pictures, I should say. We are seeing a lot of GPs that are wanting to leave the UK. Of course, NHS has their own issues and they do want to jump ship. They are looking to come to Ontario. So trying to, again, get in front of those people that are truly looking for a new community to call home And we are trying to go out and be in front of them to say, hey, we are looking and this is what we are about. Next slide, please. We wanted to introduce the family medicine teaching unit. So earlier on, we talked about how we have two family medicine residents annually. Right now, we're looking at creating a family medicine teaching unit. And so since 1995, we've had 2 residents annually. The goal with this is to expand on that and have more additional learners within our communities. By adding in for 2025, there would be 4 residents in. The following year, the goal would be to have 8 residents in. So quite a bit of an expansion there. Each resident would have approximately 200 unattached patients to their roster. And we're hoping to yield similar results to Barrie. They currently have this family medicine teaching unit and they have about a 60% retention rate. Next slide, please. Just quickly wanted to touch on the demographics that are currently in the community right now. And we see this across all the communities in our area right now, that we have an aging population. So 50% are over the age of 50, and we'll see just on that bottom there, close to 23% are actually over the age of 65. So we know that healthcare is absolutely in need given our demographics here. Next slide, please.
Okay, I can take it from here. Sorry, I thought I hit the mute button there. So in terms of what will our funding go towards? So as I mentioned, we did refresh our strategic and operational plan. We are to tackle this crisis situation. I think because of that, we feel, despite being in this situation, that we are well positioned. That's how I like to kind of frame it for anyone that will listen to me, to hear that we are in this crisis position, but we're in a good position to tackle it. But as we said, we determined that, unlike in previous years where we may have a recruitment here and there from a retiring physician, and we did a great job at filling those vacancies, we have to do things differently. We have to look at other opportunities. We can't just continue to rely on what has worked well in the past. We've had to think of new things and new ideas in order to attract these physicians who could quite literally practice anywhere. So as Melanie alluded to, one of the new things that we are doing is going out to these international recruitment events to get in front of a large audience of physicians, many of them born in Canada but internationally trained, that are looking to get back to Canada to identify and showcase our community. They may not be from this area, but they are definitely interested in coming back and practicing in their home country. And so we want to kind of put ourselves out there and showcase, here's what it would be like to practice in our community. So that's one large expense that we've taken on and has had great initial results, just because in terms of our bang for a buck, there is cost related to travel and accommodations and so on. But in terms of getting out in front of that many prospective candidates, it's definitely been worthwhile, and we've seen the fruits of our success so far. Additionally, the things that we are trying to do is we're not looking to bring people to the community for an afternoon or a morning. We are looking to engross them into the community and maybe spend a few days here so we can showcase not only what it would be like to work here and meet some potential colleagues, but what would it be like to live here? And I think you really need at least a few days to be able to do that. So costs associated with those visits, I think, are critical as well. Medical learners are one of our largest sources of potential recruits. So being able to help medical learners, they're here for a few months, so they have the chance to be able to engross themselves in our community, encouraging them to stay here with maybe giving them a break on their accommodations, their rent, but also being able to showcase our community during their time here. And of course, given the situation that we're in, making sure that we have the right people, specifically, the costs related to having someone really great in the staff person recruiter role to be able to tackle the challenges and be able to help support us through this situation that we're into. Recruit physicians and be there to answer all the questions and showcase the community and be able to put our best face forward and be a representative of not only the medical community, but the community at large. Next slide, please. In terms of the economic impact, obviously healthcare is a provincial responsibility. But there isn't funds attached to the recruitment side of things, especially on the community-based family medicine side of the equation. So we do, like, when we go to council for funds to support this work, we do want to highlight the economic impacts. These family physicians that are working in the community are essentially business owners. They are, they're paying rent. They are they're employing members of our community. They are also investing locally, paying taxes in our community, and buying homes and investing and giving back in that sense. So there is economic impact there. Obviously, with our community showcasing, it also gives us the opportunity to showcase the different various businesses across Orillia, Severn, or Medonte in particular. So that is money that we are putting back in the community as well. Next slide, please. So our request for support, again, I did mention that, Severn Township has been a very generous supporter of our efforts. Given the current landscape and the situation and the crisis that we're in with regards to family medicine recruitment, we are requesting from our municipalities $2 per resident from each of our municipalities to support our efforts to go towards our increased efforts for recruitment, as well as staffing costs and increasing costs in general as we were all experiencing. So for Severn Township, I think our latest stats was around 14,500 residents. So that would be a formal request of 29,000, up from 20,000 in previous years. So that is our request, and we thank you for your time and attention, and again, for your continued support of our efforts to date.
Thank you both very much for your presentation. Over to council for discussion. Member Brennan, please.
Yeah. Thank you, through the chair, to our speakers. A couple of things I just want to note. I've had the pleasure to work with this team on behalf of the residents of Severn for 2 years now. There is no harder working team of volunteers and doctors anywhere. And not only that, it's got to be one of the most professional committees I've ever sat on. These guys are first class. I've seen the difference that they make. I can tell you that my own doctor informed me recently that he was one of the first recruits to this program. So it just goes to show you the impact. In addition to that, I had the pleasure of showcasing a recruit with Melanie just this August. We took a wonderful doctor and her husband through the Coldwater area in Ward 3. And I can tell you right now, Melanie is the best real estate agent in the area. And she should get a commission when these homes are purchased by these people. Absolutely first class. So, yes, I think I can say safely, you can count on our continued support. We so desperately need you. It is unfortunate in Ontario that communities are actually, we're like cats thrown over a clothesline. Like we're all fighting with each other for the same resources. You hear it all the time on the radio. Kingston's paying this and this town's paying that. This is a pretty hard system. Hopefully it'll improve provincially. I know you don't have an influence over that. Mm-hmm. I hope through our advocacy over time, we will. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Councillor Brennan. Appreciate those kind words. And to further that point, one thing that we don't do in terms of our service objectives is, with the funds that we receive, provide financial incentive to come to the communities. And the reason being, one, that's very expensive. Number two, it doesn't work. Maybe a physician might take that opportunity. They incur a lot of debt and expenses as a result of the medical training. And so it is alluring. It does lure them to a community, but doesn't keep them there. I think what we've found through our experience is that use those funds towards showcasing the community. It's less of an ask for sure than if we were to have to provide incentives. And I think it actually works better. So I think it just shows a stewardship on our part in terms of the funds that we do receive and using them responsibly.
Thank you. Member Cox?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm glad to hear about you don't use them for incentives, because I know other communities have buildings have incentives and they're not getting anybody. So it works out much better to do it the way you're doing it. We've seen it over the years, and I'd like to refer this to budget so we can discuss the grant then. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to our clerk for a motion, please.
Thank you. The motion reads that the delegation from Orillia and Lake Country Physician Recruitment regarding an update and 2025 budget request be received and referred to future budget deliberations.
Thank you. Moved by Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor and carried. Thank you both very much, Melanie and Marino. Okay, we're moving to our consent agenda. We have reports from officials for information. We will start with item D.1.1. Sorry, Member Cox.
Was just going to ask which ones I was going to pull. It's a consent agenda. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Is anyone? Sorry.
I was trying to be nice, but just slide that in.
Okay. I assume you're pulling something from the consent agenda.
Okay. I'd like to put my glasses on here. I'd like to pull D2.2, D2.3, D2.4, D2.7, and D2.8. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
There's no consent agenda
Member
left.
Taylor.
I'll try and fill it in, D2.5 and D2.9. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm pulling D2.6. So lots of great items that we'll be pulling to later in the agenda. I didn't record the ones, so you'll have to let me know which ones we're dealing with first, please.
All but.
Thank you. So just to recap on the list of ones that are not being pulled, the only ones left for not being pulled is D2.1 and D2.7. The reports for officials all being received for information.
No, yeah, I am.
D2.7. Okay, so it's in the correspondence section under consent. It's all of them except for D2.1.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to move?
And it's my understanding, was there also a deferral that I know Mayor Burkett talked to me before the meeting about whether or not he wanted to request a deferral. It's just we have folks in the audience, I think, that might be wanting to know.
So, but the deferrals further on, it's F1.4.
That's fine. Deferrals can be done at time of adoption of agenda as well.
Okay, thank you. So F1.4, please.
So just to be clear, F1.4 is being deferred to a subsequent meeting or late?
Through you, Madam Chair, with council's approval.
Thank you. Okay, good.
And just for the audiences, so they know, that is the Claresbridge Lane report.
Correct. Thank you.
So good. Okay. So following that, motion is that the delegation be adopted, including consent items, with the exception of items D2.2 through D2.9, and further that item F1.4 be deferred to a future meeting.
Yes, and Member Burkett.
You, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, do I need to explain why I would like to defer it?
It might be helpful for if there's anyone in the audience and for other members of council.
So through you, Madam Chair, if I may, there's been a request from a resident now on the Claresbridge group that would like to come and speak to council regarding the report that's before us. And time is of the essence. I know this, and we're asking that I'm asking council or the committee. I think we can get him in within the next 2 weeks, Madam Clerk. Is that correct for a presentation?
If council approves the deferral, then I will correspond with the individual at the conclusion of today's meeting and see how quick we can get them in.
Okay, so what he's asked is now he's going to be the spokesperson for the, is there 32 homes, member? 24 homes on the island, and he would just like to come and speak to council, and just asking for council's indulgence if we could just defer it until he actually comes and speaks to us. He's representing the group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for that. And that's good to hear. So it sounds like we're going to have a delegation in a few weeks for the F1.4 Claresbridge Lane item. So do you want to continue this and finish it off, or do we go back to section D?
Thank you. So why don't I reread the adoption of the agenda motion and then we proceed into normal staff reports. We wanted to get this done with though, but staff might ask for a 5-second bio break before we proceed into the staff reports. So the motion then reads that the agenda be adopted, including consent items with the exception of items D2.2 through D2.9. And further that item F1.4 be deferred to a future meeting to facilitate a delegation.
Thank you. And moved by member Cox, seconded by member Burkett. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. And we are going to break now for 5 minutes. So we will be back at Welcome back. Oh, okay, so we are going to continue. We are on section F.1, Public Works. I'm just looking to see what we've deferred. Okay, so let's start with F1.1, Public Works Report number W24-028, West Shore Main Pump Station Electrical Upgrade. Over to you, Director Burke, please.
Morning, Council. Is this working?
Yeah.
Through the chair, for the West Shore Main Pump Station electrical upgrade, we've currently, I'll give you a little bit of background on it. We're requesting $82,000 in upgrades to the West Shore Main Pump Station to upgrade the panel for the new pumps that will be installed this year. The background in this is due to growth in our community. Our current C of A for the main pump station has a capacity of producing 45 liters a second. For as long as I've been here, and any data I can get before that, we produce 21 liters a second currently, which will not meet the demand for growth in our area. So over the past 2023 and 2024 capital projects, we purchased 45 horsepower pumps. When the 45 horsepower pumps were purchased, we had to bring in the electrical authority to inspect the current panel we have now to make sure it's feasible to run the 45 horsepower pumps. When the electrical authority came in to inspect the panel, the source power comes from the plant currently. Power's not produced directly to the main pump station. It's fed from the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant. So their concern was there was two options. We replace all the cabling because it's too small, which means we would have to run new cabling from the wastewater treatment plant underground all the way over to the other side of the highway to run the new pumps and upgrade a few controls in the panel. But their biggest concern was that it was fed from the plant. So lightning strikes and power surges could ultimately trace back, go all the way to the plant, causing major damage into our main source power to the plant, affecting the operation of the plant also. So we're requesting the $82,000 to upgrade the panel at the main pump station in West Shore. We're bringing new power in from Hydro One. They've approved it. We did a layout plan with them. So we can bring power right to the source, not rely on the plant or have, any added issues to the plant power source. And alleviate using the plant power. We recommend going power directly from Hydro One to the source rather than feeding from the plant. In the event that it ever surged back into that plant and we lost our MCC panels in the treatment plant, it would be devastating. Like, we could not run the sewage treatment plant, and it may affect the water treatment plant also because they share the same system. Right? Yeah. So we're requesting $82,000 for upgrades for the panel. That's bringing power in from Hydro One, its own source, upgrading the panel so we'll run the 45 horsepower pumps, and that will get us by the current growth that we have in process now. We will be requesting additional funds and capital for 2025 for a generator for that spot. The main issue is the generator at the plant also feeds power to that station. So when the power does go out, we use the generator at the wastewater treatment plant to run that station. So we'll need to add a generator in the future also, but it'll be self-sufficient at that time. We will not have to worry about power being supplied from the plant, which we do not recommend.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Drouin. Over to Member Burkett.
Thank you through Madam Chair, and thank you, Tony, for your presentation. Are you having much trouble getting Hydro to come out and do this?
No,
did they give?
It's sorry, through the chair. It's been approved already.
So if you do have a problem, we've got a great contact now that we met in Ottawa. So just let me know.
I will hold you to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looking around, no other comments. I would just like to make one, and thank you very much for under the financial consideration section to you both, where you've added a sentence that states what the wastewater surplus reserve fund amount is. That really helps me in considering costs that are coming up in between budget time. So I really appreciate that. Okay, over to the clerk for a motion, please.
Thank you. The motion reads that Public Works Report number W24-034 dated August 28th, 2024, with respect to the West Shore Main Pump Station electrical upgrade be received. And further, the council approve additional funding of $82,000 to upgrade the West Shore Main Pump Station electrical panel and service as part of the 2024 capital plan. And further, that the budget exceedance be funded by the wastewater reserve fund.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by member Cox, seconded by member McIntyre. All in favor? And carried. Thank you very much. Item F 1.2 Public Works Report number W24-30 spare sludge storage pump. And Mr. Druin, that's yours.
Thank you. Through the chair. This recommendation is to cancel spare sludge storage pump capital project for 2024. At the time of doing capital, we did have a pump that was taken out of operation, and we were able to rebuild that pump instead of replacing it. So we do have redundancy, and there's no need to purchase a brand new pump.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? No. May I have a motion, please?
Thank you. Motion reads that Public Works Report number W24-033 dated August 28th, 2024, with respect to the cold water wastewater treatment plant spare sludge storage pump be received, and further that the spare sludge storage pump capital project in 2024 be canceled.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by member Brennan, seconded by member Jansen. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. We are on item F.1.3 Public Works Report number W24-025 Winter Control Level of Service. And this item is over to Manager Hardy and Director Burke, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, it's unfortunate we have to speak about winter here in August, but here we are. This is a winter control services level of service discussion. We've had over the years, we've had a fairly consistent approach to winter control operations, adding a few features in the last 5 years. One is afternoon shift, which is a seasonal contract employee that does priority routes or primary routes. That gives us a bit of coverage on Muskoka Street, let's say Gray Street, Cumberland Beach Road, things like that. And we also have added in the last 5 years a dedicated patroller circuit. So that's a 24-hour coverage of patrol. In this report, we're looking at a couple of options. Option one here is to increase the afternoon seasonal staff. So that's adding 2 new positions. Adding 2 new positions would bring a complement of 4 units on the roads ready to provide service, enhancing the length of the priority route that we can deliver. And that's between the hours of 3:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. That's option one, then that is recommended for consideration here in the 2024-25 winter control season. It'll have a direct impact to this year's budget, but will also have an impact to the 2025 proposed operating budget. The other options that we discussed were option 2, which is to replace the 2 contracted services with a or seasonal employees rather with a contracted service. This option would actually improve a lot our resiliency in winter control operations, having a third party available with their own equipment. So not only would it increase the staffing resiliency through contracted service, but also the vehicle, like the fleet, would also be additional resiliency in our system. However, it comes at a significant cost. The cost we've run through and have received some actual contract estimates, and from our neighboring municipalities that do this already. It's approximately, $300,000 for standby and around $500,000 in service fee. So, $700,000-800,000 impact is significant. Staff recommend that this be considered in future year operations, not in this upcoming winter control season. And then option 3 is an entirely second full shift. This is fairly rare for a municipality our size and of our road classes, but it would significantly improve the response time, well above the minimum maintenance standards. We don't recommend this option, but we did want to bring it to the table here that, some municipalities do have a full second shift of internal staff. And then 4 is the last option to consider. It's one that I think is definitely something we'd like to try as a pilot, is to, right now we use winter sand. So that's a abrasive product, works in most, all weather conditions. It acts as a freeze, it will treat ice, but only by abrasive. It does not do any active de-icing. What we are looking to do is have a pilot program where we do very specific types of winter control events, like when the dew point comes down, you get black ice is the term. We define when we would use it, and use salt, which is a direct applied bulk highway salt, freeze suppression and de-ices the roadway. We wouldn't use it for every winter control event like some municipalities have. The city of Orillia, for instance, has gone full salt application as their primary, with secondary being abrasive, because salt doesn't work at lower temperatures. We aren't looking to do that. We're looking to do it as purely a de-icing agent. So that's option 4. So overall, we have a lot of impacts. Today's what we're looking for is some direction from committee on what types of level and services improvement you'd like to see for winter control.
Thank you very much. Over to Member Taylor and then Member Cox, please.
Thank you. Through the chair to Derek. I like option 1, but I'm a little concerned if going to straight salt, what effect on the environment that has.
Through the chair, as are we. Throughout all of the municipalities that do use salt, there is a reporting mechanism to report that. And Environment Canada has actively tracked and raised concerns of salt impacts from roadside winter control services. We would be still one of the very lowest users of salt in this application, but nonetheless. And so what we would do is update our salt management plan, and that would actually be passed through council as well, since it's an official policy. And our reporting back to the ministry will at least align and provide data of the impact of salt use. But comparatively to other municipalities, we'd be significantly low on the band of actual tonnage per year.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Derek. Derek, on your option 2, the contracted services. So does that mean that you would contract out to a company and they would come in with their trucks and their staff?
That's right. Option 2 includes fleet. So they would bring a fully fitted plow, and they would either stage them out of our yard or out of theirs. It actually doesn't really matter in terms of the contract. But it would be made ready for our use specifically. That's a standby, as well as their staff. So they would have 4 contracted units, more than 4 dedicated staff for coverage. And we could call them out at any of the afternoon shifts as well as on the weekends. So like I said, that option significantly improves our ability to respond, because there's a bit more resiliency, and it takes 1 or 2 fleet being out of service to really impact our operations, because we don't have a lot of spare. Whereas this would provide 4 additional units from the fleet side.
So supplemental. So then if we did that, if we considered that for the 25, 26, then you would take away option 1, right? For that. And you were saying other municipalities do that, which could you give me an idea of how many other ones do that?
Yeah, certainly. So the city of Barrie does a fairly large scale contracted service of their priority routes, the full run of priority routes, and then their secondaries are done in-house. Township of Ramera has, I believe, 2 fleet of their complement as contracted service. So certainly, as we looked around, the neighboring municipalities have done this, but lots do full internal services as well. So it's kind of a mix. I think it's it's definitely something to consider for a future year. We can do really well with just 2 additional seasonal staff and our existing fleet.
Okay, so I'm fine too with 1. We'll see how that works. But if the way the weather's been and the storms we've had on weekends and in the evenings and the road conditions we all know have been serious at sometimes. So I'm willing to wait for that one. And I totally agree with your what you don't want to do, especially the windrow clearing program. That was just fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Burkett.
Thank you through Madam Chair to Derek. Thank you, Derek. So if in the future we look at option 4 with the salt, where would we store it? It would, like, our storage buildings are now full with sand, correct? Would we have to build a new storage building?
Through the chair, so the really controlling when you would use that by a specific winter control event reduces the tonnage. So the tonnage that we've reported in here is accommodatable within the existing storage facilities that we have, and we've confirmed that with our operations staff. We're quite ready. We will need some additional devices. I've noted in here we need some temperature monitoring devices for the trucks, and really that's so that we can actively plan and respond to a dew point freeze suppression or freeze a freeze condition that would be called black ice. We'll need some additional tools, and we'll also need some additional calibration just to set some new settings within the spreader for the salt. But outside of that, we're well ready for using the salt as a pilot.
Supplementary, if I may, through you, Madam Chair. So, and I don't see it in here as an option. I don't even know if it's possible, but neighboring municipalities and partnering with them, is that something we would entertain?
So through the chair, we've explored that in a way that most municipalities often don't. It's the resiliency is the issue. If we're having a winter control event, likely our neighboring municipalities are too. And once you get further away from that, like weather pattern, it's too far. So that is always a bit of a challenge to share the resources. And that's direct labor and fleet resources.
Thank you, Member McIntyre.
Thank you through the chair to Mr. Burke. Just looking back on option 2, we have an expense for our equipment to do this road work and this snow removal. Do we know what that would cost as opposed to the option of the almost $800,000 to bring someone else into the picture? Is it significantly less for our trucks and our crews to do it as against the 800,000? Do you have a number there that you could give me?
Through the chair, it'll be sort of interpretive, I guess. But if you think about, we have 11 routes, 12 fleet units, and approximately the same quantity of staff. That costs $1.4 million. So you can see that the 800,000 is significantly more per unit per coverage. However, you're also, I guess the cost isn't totally reflective of the acquisition cost of the 4 additional fleet, right? So $380,000 each unit to purchase a plow, and those last about 10 years. So you can just backwards the math there, and you have a significant cost for fleet acquisition, for staffing these positions, and managing that system that's all downloaded onto the contractor, for this rate. So I would say that we could probably still bring on 4 additional fleet internally as well. Definitely not this year, and it's something we could consider for future years down the road to replace option 2, right? Like to basically have option 2 but additional staff, but it would also mean additional fleet, and that's I think the difference of option 1 and 2. Option 2 provides new fleet, new resources. If a vehicle is out of service or if a staff member is out of service, can't come in that day, the contractor adds a whole new arm of resources that we don't have internally.
Thank you. Supplemental through the chair. Is this an option that we could always hold in abeyance if we come to a roadblock one day, excuse upon some kind of a problem one day for budgetary matters, and we may say, well, step out of using our own equipment, and then we can jump in here for a number of years and then go back when we got more money for our own fleet? I'm looking for an idea where it's going to save us some money somehow. I'm kind of struggling with where it's going.
I think if I hear that in a future staff report, what we could do is report on an expanded version of option 2. I mean, option 2's part is the fact that we would have more resiliency in our winter control operations. We don't have a lot of spares. We don't have spare fleet, and we don't have spare staff. If we had more of those two things, whether it be internal or contracted, it would satisfy the desire of option 2. So we could explore that and then look at the cost savings of each option. But that'll be a future report. Let us digest that a bit. Right now, we're kind of recommending just adding 2 seasonal staff with the existing fleet complement that we have and salt.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Member Brennan?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Derek. I'm a little, our option 1 and 4, it's almost like option 1 and 4. What are you asking? It's like you're asking for 2 options. Okay, I just want to be sure I understand that. This is not a 1, 2, 3, or 4 option. What you're asking then is for the 225 scenario. Thank you. I was just a little bit lost in that one. I thought, well, how is that any different? So thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, and thank you. That was my question. I was confused as to how do I pick an option when there were the 2 that we wanted. I really am interested in option 4, which is adding salt. And certainly in many areas of the township where there are school walk-to zones, and we know how long those are, 1.6 or 8 kilometers, that adding road salt, especially in those areas where there's pedestrians and sidewalks, it's really treacherous. The other thing is, in areas where there aren't sidewalks, many pedestrians continue to walk in the winter on roads that do get quite icy. So I appreciate bringing us that option. And I would like to hear more about option 2, but I want to qualify that with just I need more understanding as to how contracting a third party would be a good economic or a good fiscal solution, when we heard in June from a consultant who gave an example of the township using engineering services, for example, like a specialized service that we actually have to purchase and bring in. And the consultant report actually said it would be cheaper for the township to have an engineer on staff than continue to outsource. So I just wanted to flag that whenever we do outsource, the cost could be incrementally higher. So when you bring back that report, if it meant considering adding staff or adding a vehicle, et cetera, how that staff or that position and that vehicle might round itself out for the other months of the year that are non-winter, so that we get a good value if we're considering additional staff rather than a contract. Thank you. Member Brennan.
Yeah, thank you. Just a supplementary on the first. Now that I really think I understand you, just option 4, to me, it's one of those ones that can throw you into a bit of a state of confusion. We know there's a major campaign to try to stop salt loading in Lake Simcoe going on right now. I don't know how Orillia goes to all salt and keeps the salt out of Lake Cooch. I would love, if you have information on that, I'd love to hear about it. But that notwithstanding, there are new rules around minimizing salt damage, and I was glad to see you talking to that. I have a kind of a personal interest in option 4. When my oldest girl was 17, she hit a patch of black ice and went head on into a logging truck. And it was years of rehab and lots of pain. Black ice is hell. And if you can minimize the threat of black ice to people's safety, option 4 is definitely up there for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to our clerk, please, for a motion.
Just seeking concurrence that council's looking at options 1 and 4.
Yes.
Okay. So the motion then reads that Public Works Report number W24-025 dated August 28th, 2024, with respect to winter control level of service be received, and further that options 1 and 4 be accepted, and further that service level enhancements be referred to the 2025 budget deliberations for consideration.
Thank you very much. Mover and a seconder, please. Member Brennan, and seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. Just a reminder that item F.1.4 has been deferred to a future meeting. We're on to item F.1.5, Public Works Report W24029 site alteration and fill bylaw update, please. Director Burke.
Thank you, through the chair. So we're reporting back on a finalized version of the bylaw to next council, I believe it is. And then this report just gives a summary of the consultation that we did, the amendments that we made following that to the site alteration and fill bylaw, which were minimal, and some impacts to, I suppose, our community when applying for one. So right now, the process is to go through peer review, generally speaking, on larger files. And the peer reviews have been costing a bit more than usual, as we find with a lot of things these days. So not only have we, improved the bylaw, but we've also looked for an additional value of deposit from applicants to cover the peer review costs. And this can add significantly to the cost of the project overall. Looking at $4,000 plus an $800 fee to apply for a fill permit to bring in anything more than 150 cubic meters of fill. So it's a significant cost, but it does allow for a full and comprehensive review of the materials, of the process, and of the final grading of the site.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? No. Over to the clerk, please, for a motion.
Thank you. The motion reads that Public Works Report number W24-029 dated August 28th, 2024, with respect to site alteration and fill bylaw update be received, and further that the draft bylaw prepared by Azimuth Environmental be adopted and bylaw brought forward to council.
Thank you. Moved by Member Brennan, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor, please. And carried. Thank you. We're on item F1.6, Public Works Report number W24023, Automated Speed Enforcement ASE Implementation.
And thank you, through the chair. So this report brings back, a 2017 amendment to the Highway Traffic Act that allowed for automated speed enforcement. At that time, we reported to council that it was fairly new. We weren't too sure if we wanted to be on the bleeding edge of technology, and that we would kind of wait and see how other municipalities handled this. Many years later, and quite a few challenges resolved, we're at a point now where we see a lot of neighboring municipalities engage. We also find contracted services or service providers, are coming to the plate with reasonable and actionable plans to get some of these up and running. There's a number of processes that need to start. One is a change to our traffic calming policy to add it as a formal tool in our toolkit. A policy on establishing community safety zones, which are different than just a school zone. You can identify an area specifically. We have one right now is actually on Division Road by the school as a community safety zone. And then, of course, the implementation of the, and I might turn it over to Allison, but all of the ticketing and collection and recovery and processes, which are quite complex, and multiple agreements with the various agencies. And then we can look to start. You want to add to that?
So if council chooses to proceed with this, we will have to go down a process of signing multiple agreements with different ministries. So Ministry of Attorney General, Ministry of Transportation, in order to access the plate information and to be able to ensure that ticket information is processed back. So we would also, depending on who the service provider is, be looking, we have to set up an AMP program, which is a monetary penalty program, so that we collect that. It's important to note that if someone did receive a fine through this type of a ticket, it does not come with demerit points, and it does not lead to any sort of suspension. It does lead to fines that they'd have to pay. And it would be administered through a third party. So one of the reasons why you'll remember, I think we brought an information report about a year and a half ago, to say that we would not have the ability to do this until we have additional staff, online payment abilities, that type of stuff. So one of the various service providers through this has the ability to partner actually with the Township of Essa, who has just recently been approved as a provincial level payment ability to do this. So if someone had a ticket they received, it's all done through an online portal. So if someone wanted to attend the office here, we'd have to facilitate that through tablet. We would not be able to accept those payments over the counter because we are not the collector for those. It would be done through an agreement with us, again, to be determined with the Township of Essa, who would act as that. They would have a screening officer and a hearing officer too. So if someone wanted to appeal their ticket, no different than any other traffic ticket, they would have that ability. But those tickets are only issued once someone, so say if it's set for a 50-kilometer-an-hour zone and you're deemed to have been speeding, and the regulations as to what's deemed to have been speeding are set by the province through regulation. They wouldn't be up to council to be able to set whether it's 10 or 12 or 15. If that photo was taken and then it's reviewed by an officer, and then if it's deemed to be a good picture that is valid and a ticket can be issued, then the ticket is mailed out to the individual and they are given their methods of payment. If they want to appeal, when they go to that webpage to put in their ticket number and their name, then they're given the option to either pay or appeal. So it's a pretty straightforward process. We'd put a huge piece on our website in order to ensure the information was all out there. But figuring out whether or not council is actually interested in us going down this path is step one. Once we go down step one, then there's a lot of pieces that would have to start moving in order to make this happen. So
thank you both very much. Okay, Member Cox, then Member Burkett, and then Member Brennan, please, and Member Jansen.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm in favor of this, but I'm only in favor of it if we don't have to hire staff and we don't have to do it. We go through an ESSA and or whatever one we do, but I've talked to some of the people in ESSA, and if they look after it all and we get a portion, it's fine with me, because the whole idea for me is not to cost anything more, not to make a lot of money on it. It's to stop the speeding, and any money we do receive back should be put into a fund for traffic calming measures, to buy things if we need them or whatever we need. That's my one thing I want to make very Thank you.
Okay, member, over to our clerk.
Thank you. So there should be honest, there are two vendors in the market on this. There's Global and there's LAS. Global is the one that is partnered with the Township of Essa. If that is the route that we go down, then they would take care of the cameras, they do the mounting of them, they do the maintenance of them, they do the signage, all of it. And then Essa would take care of the ticketing piece, and there would not be much more. There wouldn't be a new body required on our side. There's still going to be additional staff work on our side. Absolutely. But with now having two bylaw officers, we can balance that out. But 90% of the work is done by the Township of Essa with respect to tickets and such. If we went with LAS, that's a different situation. So it's really depends on which avenue we want to go down. Staff have proposed that we go out for RFP. But LAS does require the municipality to do a lot more of the ticket processing themselves.
Yeah, supplemental. That's why I like the one that covers it all, because and they've already been through it for a while and they already know what they're doing and they've put out all the money in the staff. So I think it's great.
If council knows which preferred avenue they have, council can, instead of telling us to do an RFP, can direct us to sole source it today. It would be to Global and the Township of Essa. But that I leave that in council's direction.
Well, sorry, supplemental. I've talked to a couple of them out there, and I've talked to the CEO about it. And from what I hear and what I've seen, in my opinion, I would prefer to go with that route with another municipality that's already knows what they're doing, and it's not going to cost us any money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair, and I think my questions have been answered, and I am happy to go with ESSA as well. And yeah, I'm happy to see this. It's great.
Thank you, Member Brennan.
Yes, I fully agree with the deputy and the mayor on this matter. the fact of the matter is our concession roads aren't what they used to be. We have challenges with we've brought in some tools. We have calming measures in some places. We've dropped to 60 in places where it's appropriate. But even with that, there's yahoos out there that are endangering bikers and children and walkers. And this is a logical step in a community where we're adding more and more buildings all the time. So I'm in, and I agree also with the sole sourcing.
Thank you, Member Jansen.
Thank you. I just want to confirm. So the two locations are the two areas that we could implement the use of these cameras would be in the community safety zone and in school zones. Do we know how many locations we would want to deploy them in the community or in the township? Sorry.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that's very to be determined. The first update to policy would be the traffic calming policy. We'd add this as a new tool in the toolbox, and we describe where it'd be best fit. And we do that in accordance with some guidelines from the Transportation Association of Canada. But then in addition to that, we'd look for a community safety zone policy. And that's where council can discuss where this would be most effective and in what types of settings to direct staff and where these things would be used.
Okay, and then supplemental, in my experience, I do drive by an area on my way to work that had one of these cameras. And I say had because it kept on being vandalized. So it was in front of a school, it'd be vandalized, it would be fixed up, it would be vandalized, it'd be fixed up, it'd be vandalized, and then it was finally removed. Who pays the cost when these units do get vandalized? Is it the operator or does the township have some responsibility? Because I could see that happening as well.
So through the chair, it actually sort of depends on the model of service that you go for with the service providers. But this one in particular, Global, offers the full turnkey solution service, which means that effectively we would report the damages. They would dispatch staff, set up traffic control, repair the unit, and continue to do so. So that's just, a level of service that they provide. Other providers don't. That would then be staff, seeking pole repairs and camera replacements and a significant cost. So we'll bring that back in terms of the service contract, and that might be enclosed. But yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, supplemental, Member Jansen.
One more supplemental. I'm just wondering if we have heard from any of the townships that have already implemented it to find out their pros and cons of having the system in place.
Thank you. So through to Member Jansen. So I will caution council that for the first 6 months these are in place, you are going to receive a lot of phone calls of unhappy people. It does tend to be the first 6 months are a bit rough, and then it does tend to level off because it comes it's no different than you get used to driving through school zones and slowed down areas and blinking lights. That is the general feedback from everyone we've talked to is it's a very rough 6 months, and you as a council very much need to be in support of this program because once it's in place, we can set it up on a 1-year trial if council would like, and then report back, or if council wants to just operate on a go forward and we're not turning back, then that's an option too. In general, there is the vandalism question that does pop up, and it does happen. Absolutely no different than our current traffic calming pop-ups get knocked over all the time too. It's par for the course on this type of stuff. The cameras that we're thinking that Global and LAS tend to use, they're a lot smaller than people think they are. They're not these huge cameras that are mounted on the side. They're these very small boxes. And they're up pretty high. So to try and vandalize the actual cameras, the signs are easier, but the cameras are a little more difficult. But in general terms, that is the feedback is we deal with the maintenance requirements and the damage requirements as need be, depending on the service provider. And just from a public perspective, absolutely, you are going to receive a lot of complaints when they roll out. That said, as required by provincial statute, there is the 90-day cameras are coming signage that comes up, along with we'd be doing a significant number of communications out through Tracy to help make sure the word is out as to where these are going to go.
Thank you very much. Member McIntyre and then Member Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for me, the safety benefit is what strikes me the most. Once these people who are ripping through these zones and get these tickets, they're going to understand they better slow down. And with doing that, will give us some safety measures that we can't measure. The fact that it's a revenue generator doesn't mean a lot to me. I think that if it's revenue neutral, even at the end of it, I'd be okay with that, much like the rest of the committee. Mr. Burke and Ms. Cox and Mr. Brennan, I agree that I'm ready to go forward to a point. Like you say, Madam Clerk, maybe a year trial. We'll get our ducks in a row before we start thinking about it, because we are going to be probably hammered by the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Allison or Derek, it's a financial one, as Member McIntyre said. So is the worst case scenario it's revenue neutral, or is it going to cost us money? That's my first question.
I think I'll take part of this and I'll pass it off to Director Burke to take some of it too. Depends on which service provider we go through. If council goes with the global traffic group, with the processing center provided through the Township of Essa, Global sets it up as a cost sharing arrangement. So there's no upfront payment from us. It's done through agreement with us, where the proceeds that come in through ticket collection, there's a cost sharing percentage there in a way that works. So it'd be probably closer, especially we are also going to have to take a chunk off the top of what would have been ours to pay the Township of Essa for their joint processing center services. So it's going to be much closer to neutral than it will be money in the township's pocket, but there still will be some probably at the end of the day. It all depends also on how many tickets are issued. So,
and then supplemental, would you track staff's time as part of the cost sharing as well at our end?
Through you, Madam Chair, no. The 90% of the staff time on this is going to be borne by the Township of Essa. So there'd be only a small chance or percentage that's done here. Most likely township staff at the counter using a computer to help, or a tablet at the counter to help people if they walk in to pay their ticket, because we wouldn't be able to take that through our regular finance system. But using the global Township of Essa arrangement is as minimal of an impact on staff as we can make it. There'd be a negligible impact on public works, because global takes care of all the signage, all the camera work, and the repairs and maintenance and that type of stuff. So it's really as much administering the agreements with the province that would fall on our staff. Bear in mind that our staff will have no role in dispute resolution. So that's important for council to know, is that there will be no sending someone to the township office to say, go talk to the clerk to resolve your ticket, or bylaw to resolve their ticket. It's not resolved here it wouldn't be resolved here in the slightest. It would be all done through the Joint Processing Center. So just a piece to bear in mind. And whether that's done through the through LAS and their Joint Processing Center, whether it was done through ESSA and the global arrangement, either way, there's no ticket dispute here through staff at the office, which is what also minimizes staff time on this matter.
Thank you. And Member Taylor, you may not be able to see, but Director Burke would like to also respond to your question.
Okay, and I have a couple more.
I'll be brief. It was just about tempering expectations about the quantity of tickets. So some municipalities will report in the news, or however they do, a very large revenue or some value. But just bear in mind that our largest average annual daily traffic is like 3,500 cars a day on some of our busiest roads. ESSA Road in Barrie, for instance, that does have a camera like this, they report over 10,000 cars a day. And that's not one of their busiest roads either. So, there's a big difference between our traffic volumes and some neighboring municipalities that are implementing these.
Thank you. Over to Member Taylor to continue.
Yeah, just the implementation. So community safety zones, but can we put this on Burnside line? Can we put it on Town line? Like, is that a pie in the sky, or are we strictly because of logistics, it's done in the basically the school zones? Is that what I'm hearing here?
Through the chair, if I can respond to that, it's actually, this is very road authority / council purview. They are tools permitted to be used in higher operating zones, unlike the speed bumps and some other traffic calming measures that are really only appropriate at low volume residential and school type environments. This particular device is much greater use throughout our higher operating speed areas. So yeah, this will be part of the community safety zone policy that we'll bring to council, that we can discuss where this would be best implemented.
Okay, and just my final point, I could see like after the 90-day warning to the residents that it should be a 1-year trial, and we review it after 9 months after the 90 days just to see, do we like it? Do we don't like it? Do we continue it? But I think it should be some sort of a trial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to our clerk for a comment.
Thank you. So the way it works is that there's the signage that goes up for 90 days before the cameras are even turned on.
Yeah.
And then it would be, if we do a 1-year trial, it wouldn't be reviewed into the end of the full 1 year to be able to do a proper set of data. That said, if we then didn't continue on, we have to be able to commit to a vendor that at least a minimum of a year, to be fair to them, because there's a lot of costs that they're going to incur before any revenue comes in through tickets too, right? To get it up and off the ground, to put the cameras in, to put the signage up. So it would be a 1-year trial at minimum. So just to.
Okay, we're going to go to our CAO and then to Member Burkett and Member Cox, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to follow up on a comment that Councillor McIntyre made, just so that council has their eyes wide open. If you go down this route, we will do our absolute best to put out the message that this is about road safety. But I happen to live off of ESSA, where Derek was mentioning. And just so you know, my neighborhood Facebook group is full of, this is a terrible tax grab by the municipality. And when you read those comments, they typically are from the people that got the tickets, and they got ticket after ticket after ticket. So they're a bit of a slow learner. So just so you know, that is what it generates. It's been very hot in my neighborhood, but it definitely has slowed down the traffic. The people that follow the signs slow down. I, touch wood, have not gotten a ticket going through there.
Thank you for that lived experience. It's good to know. Member Burkett, please.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. And I'm not a Facebook fan. They can say whatever they like. So just one question. If council moves forward with this, how long is it going to take to create a community safety zone? And the two areas I'm thinking of right off the bat is Muskoka Street in Washego, and of course the Main Street in Coldwater. So that, and there's a 90-day grace period, because both Member McIntyre and Member Jansen and myself and Member Cox are inundated on both those streets with phone calls of people speeding.
Yeah, so our staff report said that this would not be operational until spring 2025, because it's not just the policy. There's the policy, there's establishing the zones, there's doing the agreements with the province, there's agreements with the Township of ESSA, there's setting up agreements with the service provider. So there are multiple touch points that the director and I will have to go down before this actually becomes operational. So if council were to approve this today, then you will not see a single sign come up that says, community safety zone camera coming in 90 days until spring next year.
Thank you, Member Cox.
I would like to see a review in a year, because I'm afraid that we're going to do all this and then say we're only going to do 1-year contract, and if we get complaints, we're going to say, no, we don't want it. The whole idea of this is safety. All I've ever heard in the long period of time I've been here is there is way too much speeding. People aren't paying attention. It's dangerous. And they can complain all they want about these cameras. Slow down, you won't get a ticket, because this is what this is about. And I understand that, and I know they're going to complain, but the way you put it out there is it's safety. And that's what it's about, because I know from my calls and people who meet me on the street constantly, and it's not just those streets we talked about. It's, we'll pave, we'll fix. Let's say we fix Foxmead next year, we're going to hear all kinds of complaints about how fast everybody's going. So I always warn people who have bumpy roads, we'll fix your road, but get ready. because people are going to speed and the speed bumps won't be there anymore. So as far as I'm concerned, I think if we wade into this, it's a thing of the future, and it's very important for the safety.
Okay, Member Brennan, please.
Just something that's come up that I fully agree with the deputy on that. And plus the fact that we're adding bike lanes to some of these improved roads, like Carleon right now, I've already getting comments about speed. I do have a question. If I could direct a question to the CAO on this, what is the default setting in ESSA? Is it 12 or 15 or 10? What is it? Because this is something, people complain about this, but if you've been allowed 12 kilometers an hour over, that's pretty significant. So if you're whining after that, you're driving dangerously as far as I'm concerned. But what is it in ESSA that's causing such pleasant views on?
Over to our CEO.
Through the chair, that is unknown. You don't know. And Barry's, when they came out with their speed cameras, that was the question. Well, how much is it? And it's like, no, the speed limit is 50 through the school zone. We're not telling you what the camera is set at. But I think the clerk had mentioned earlier that it's actually set by the province, but it's not shared. So you should assume that the speed limit is the speed limit. And if you're getting grace, then you're lucky.
Yeah, although in all fairness, I think the provincial standard is 14 kilometers over is where the fines double, right? Like there is a cutoff standard where fines are shifted, and I think it's at 14 kilometers. Anyway.
Okay,
good.
so good discussion. I do have one comment, please. I would also like to see this happen, and I'm just asking the clerk and our director if it gives you enough time to actually see this in place in the spring of 2025, knowing that we have to go back to the traffic calming policy and we need to establish some community, perhaps some community safety zones.
So as detailed in the staff report, we say late spring. So that's not going to be, that's not March. That's going to be May, June.
Okay.
And beyond that, on the idea of a trial, the other idea is it's hard after 1 year to get a proper gauge as to where your data is going to be and where your ticket revenue is going to be, because you're going to get that initial, wow, we've all of a sudden got cameras and there's a spike at the front end on tickets, as to what is going to be a bit more of a consistent amount. So it may be, if council's looking at a trial, to go for a 2-year trial. It could be something that you agree to a 2-year trial or put over to the next council to review. It's entirely up to council's choice. Not every municipality does a trial. They just decide they know they're going to do it. They know once it's up and operational, they're not going to change their mind, because after that first 6 months, in talking to Member Jansen's comment about what's the trend been otherwise, after that first 6 months, there's kind of a general acceptance that they're now just here. They're not going anywhere. They might move around. But again, then that before a camera moves, that 90-day period kicks in again. There's that camera coming notice that has to be posted. So even if cameras are moved, so we decide we only want to at any time have 2 community safety zones going, or 3, and we're going to rotate them every 6 months or 8 months, then again, that 90-day window kicks in. So there's planning that has to go into this. So it's up to council as to how long you want to set a trial for, or if you even want to do a trial.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not in favor of a trial. I think we could adopt this and just go with it and have a review, as was mentioned by members of council. Just commit to an annual review. I think that's good for me. Good enough due diligence. My last question is: are we? And without knowing, I know we only have 1 community safety zone. I don't know where that is. And then school zones. Am I right to assume that because we have 3 schools that we would expect to see 3 school safety zones? Or is that not necessarily how this works?
Well, through the chair, school zones are actually they exist by the nature of the school there, so you don't have to designate them specifically. A police officer can reference the school's placement for doubling a fine, I believe, under the Highway Traffic Act, The community safety zone is more what we would use to put them outside of zones of schools. So that's where we'll have that policy update.
Thank you. Okay, Member McIntyre.
Just through the chair, just a quick question. If we do go ahead and we don't do a trial, we just go ahead. Is there any ramifications if we just say after 3 years, you don't want this and good for us, we're going to cancel? Is there any sort of feedback or lashback from ESSA or whoever? Thank you.
Thank you. I believe those will be details that would be ironed out in the various service agreements. So the first thing we'd come back with is probably actually the agreement with Global. If council decides the sole source, just so you know, having seen how that's handled at other municipalities, because there's that cost sharing split in there, it will be in closed session. And then the agreement with ESSA will be, I know they're drafting something right now too. So.
Just supplemental, just real quick, through the chair. Could we just have that, encourage the negotiation group to have that as part of, if we decide we're not happy, we're just going to quit, bail, if you like. So I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, over to our clerk for a motion, please.
So I'll read a draft motion and council can go from there if they want to change it. So the draft motion then based on discussions is that Public Works Report number W24-023 dated August 28th, 2024 regarding automated speed enforcement ASC implementation be received. And that council, and I'm going to ask questions as we go here. So did council want to do a 1-year trial?
No.
Okay, so I will pull that out. And further, that staff be directed to sole source ASC to the Township of ESSA as a joint processing service provider and Global Traffic Group as the ASC service provider. And further, that staff report back as necessary respecting the implementation of ASC in Severn.
Thank you. We have a comment, please, Member Taylor.
I think someone said about at least have an annual review at least anyway, just that it's open that we have a chance to look and see what is it being beneficial or not to the township.
Thank you. That's been added. And Member Jansen.
Yeah, I believe that we should have the review after the 12 months. We should know by then full well what this program is costing us and what we're getting back from the program. As well as we'll be able to take into consideration the concerns from the community, whether it has had an impact on safety. And I very much hope to Member McIntyre's comments that this will improve our safety within our communities. But I do think that the 12-month review is a good process. It allows us to take a step back, look at what's happened over the 12 months, and then move forward from there. And if we move forward on a permanent basis from that date forward, then we've made an informed decision about it.
Thank you very much. Okay, over to the clerk. Could you read the motion, please?
Certainly, but I do hear a difference in direction between Member Jansen and Member Taylor. So Member Taylor would like to just see an annual review, and I believe that was requested by a couple members. Member Jansen seems to be going down the direction of an actual 1-year trial. So I just seeking clarification on that. I've added the line to the bottom of the motion that says, and further that the program be subject to an annual review, but that is very different than telling a vendor that it's a 1-year trial.
So to our clerk, can we do a straw poll to see whether or not we're comfortable with an annual report as opposed to a trial? How do we a vote? A vote?
I would suggest we just put the motion on the floor and see where council goes. Again, to the questions that have been asked, there will be cancellation clauses and notice clauses that we put in the contract. So if any point, whether it's after 1 year or 5 years or 3 years, council wants to end the program, then there will be provisions in any service provider agreement that allows for that to happen. But there'll be notice provisions, there'll be financial pieces attached to that, depending on which contract we go down. Because some are based on payment up front. If it was LES or with Global, it's a shared cost arrangement. So how that works be dependent on who the service provider is.
Okay, thank you. So can we read do you mind reading the motion? Thank you.
So the motion again reads that Public Works Report number W24-023 dated August 28th, 2024 regarding automated speed enforcement ASE implementation be received. And further, that staff be directed to sole source ASE to the Township of ESSA as a joint processing service provider and the Global Traffic Group as ASE service provider. And further, that staff report back as necessary respecting the implementation of ASE in Severn, and further that the program be subject to an annual review.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by member Cox, seconded by member Taylor. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. Okay, we're on item F 1.7, Public Works Report number W 24024, West Shore Wastewater Treatment Plant Process Capacity Assessment. Thank you.
And thank you through the chair. So this report stems from the previous report where we looked at upgrading the EQ pump as a capital project in 2024, found out from our design works that there's kind of some additional hydraulic bottlenecks at the West Shore wastewater treatment plant that we should explore to make sure that we can get to our full rated capacity. And as a result of that, the consultant has identified a plan. The plan unfortunately costs $8 million. It does include new inlet works, mechanical thickener, change to a variable frequency drive on the inlet or the EQ pumps, and the addition of a 1,000 cubic meter equalization tank is the primary projects within this project. And what this will do is it will get us back to our rated ECA rating for the plant of 1390 average daily flow, but it also stages us to be ready for future upgrades. So having this size of equalization tank will allow for the more, let's say, planned expansion of the SBR system or sequencing batch reactor system to bring on additional capacity as we need. The equalization tank will buffer those highs and lows for the daily flows and will allow the treatment plant to run a little smoother. And like I said, it'll aid in the future expansion. So what we're recommending here is that we advance the design. The design value here is actually pretty generous at $780,000. Also includes project management, but we're recommending to include that as a mid-year capital budget in the 2024 budget so that we can seek a designer, a consulting agent to prepare the plans, prepare the submissions to the MOE, and to start the cost estimate, refined cost estimate for the 2025 capital budget. We want to streamline this because in the previous report that was received for information, you'll see that wet weather flows from 23 have actually decreased our available remaining uncommitted capacity. And we are starting to have capacity crunches as we see developments like Shadow Creek, live developments proposing well into the 500 unit range. Would reduce our available capacity to zero, and if not, turn it into a negative. So we do want to advance this with a bit of urgency, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. To council for questions, discussion. No? Okay. Oh, sorry, Member McIntyre.
Sure, the chair. Just one question. Has there been anybody else give us, I see 780,000 and it's for Ainley and Associates. Is there anybody else come forward on this?
Through the chair, so that estimate is roughly 8% of the total capital cost estimate. But what we will do is we're going to go out to request for proposal to find a competitive bid against these works. So that, like I said, that value is probably a bit generous. The physical design of this stage of the plant upgrades are not expected to be the full 780, but we figure we would request the 780 as 8% of the total capital project costs, and that'll carry us into 2025.
Thank you. Okay, I have two questions. In the background section, the first paragraph, you say, it's expected the plant will soon be operating close to full capacity. Could you define soon? Because in the previous report you brought forward, it seemed that there was a longer lifespan into 2030. that we had capacity?
Yeah, through the chair. So maybe capacity is in two different ways. The physical plant operations today are operating well under the capacity that it can achieve. The rated capacity is not achievable at this moment. So what we were supposed to be able to do with the original design from 2005 or so, with that plant package was 1,390 cubic meters a day. When we stress test our system and when we look at what is available for capacity and what we did with review, we find that we are approximately 30% less than that. And so these upgrades will bring that to what's permitted by the ministry and what our license allows us. But then there'll be additional upgrades that are much later down the chain as we run out of capacity. And that's on the uncommitted capacity report, where we look at how much were the flows that we found over last year and a 5-year trend versus what we can treat. And how many new homes do we expect to come online within, a 5-year period, let's say.
Thank you. And I'm going to save my other question around the uncommitted capacity to when you bring that report forward. It's in the agenda too, right? Sorry, is it? So
it was on consent and it wasn't pulled.
It was on consent and it wasn't pulled. Okay, then since you raised it, I will. Okay. And what I wanted to say is that report that wasn't pulled, and then that was my oversight. I thought you were going to be presenting that. It does say, as you said, that West Shore exceeds forecasted growth for 2031, but falls short when we're looking to 2051. So that was my question around the urgency. I'm 100% water and wastewater is a huge priority, but with an $8 million, almost $9 million right now price tag, I'm just wondering where that money would come from to do, and why the urgency when that report seemed to say that we were good at least until 2031. Thank you.
So through the chair, it's so under the D5, it's a ministry directive and guideline on how to report uncommitted capacity. You do report your rated. So what you take is what your license says you can do versus how many cubic meters a day you have received in the last 5 years on average, and how many new homes you see as committed to your community via draft plan approval. That's what the D5 reports, and that's what's in the uncommitted capacity report. What's also being reported here is that we can't quite achieve that with the infrastructure we have today. The filters, the EQ pump, and the tank that we have designed in 2006 doesn't quite meet that 1390. So that's the urgency, is to make sure that we can relatively quickly, and still relatively, it'll be a few years realistically between design and securement of a contractor and the creation of these fairly large pieces of infrastructure. Bring that up to our rated capacity, the license that we have, so that we can effectively dish out that type of capacity to developers like LIV, for instance, that have very large files that may need to be phased because of the size of those files to match the plant's capacity.
Thank you. So then help me understand, when the MECP, and that's the Ministry of Environment, guideline D5.1 that you quoted, states that the number of lots in approved plans of subdivisions, developments committed by virtue of approved zoning, new official plans, or site-specific official plan amendments should not exceed the design capacity of the sewage or water systems, which means that the capacity of the West Shore, if we're talking about LIV as a developer, those lots and approved subdivision plans, Turnbull, Minoki Phase 1, 2, 3, have already been addressed in that in the West Shore Center. They would have had to have been based on that guideline, because they would have had to have already had capacity before the approved subdivision and plans for all of those homes would have gone any further. So I'm still questioning why we're at $9 million today when there would have been adherence under the ministry D 5.1 that we had the capacity. So where's the growth, the new growth?
And thank you through the chair. So the big ticket item here is the difference between draft plan approval and speculation. So what we have is a lot of lands that are within a settlement area that have the ability to develop, but they have not passed the bar of draft plan approval. Draft plan approval is a very specific milestone in development where the check for water capacity, wastewater capacity, is truly founded and given a final capacity allocation. All of the developments that we've committed today, so that would be like Turnbull, Minoke Phase 188 lots. Actually, Minoke Phase 2 has not been draft plan approved either, nor has Minoke Phase 3. All of those larger scale subdivisions do not have final capacity, i.e. we have not dished out capacity that we weren't physically able to dish out. But there are requests, there are applications in front of us at this moment seeking draft plan approval for sums of homes that we can't meet for two reasons. One, because our plant doesn't quite meet our ECA, which is why we need to do these works fairly urgently. Two, we don't have the additional on top of that, 1390 plus, because some of these are at 500 homes at one shot.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that there isn't site plan approval, draft site plan approval for Minoke 2 and 3s, which is a significant number of new homes coming. And that would, okay, so that would answer my other question. Thank you. My last question is in the same paragraph, background section, paragraph 1, you say, it says, along with a few hydraulic bottlenecks within the existing system design that were reported in staff report W24007. That was back in March. I reread that and I don't see anything about, there's no term hydraulic bottlenecks, hydraulic anything. So can you help me understand where that was noted in that earlier plan back in March?
Through the chair, I'll have to pull up the report, but if I can recall, when we term hydraulic bottlenecks, it's truly the equalizing pump between the sequencing batch reactor and the filters that head to disposal and filters and disposal. Those pumps, we thought, or were reported to us at least in a previous report, that those were the hiccup. We hired a consulting agent in 2024 here, well, late 23 actually, to perform the review of that so we can get new pumps on order and fix the problem. But while they did their work, they found additional real world challenges here of equalizing tank was undersized. We reported that in March. We said Ainley has done this work. Ainley needs an additional 50,000, I think it was, approximately 50,000 in consulting fees to do a wholesome review of all of the features within the plant, talk with the manufacturers of those features, and come up with a resolve. And that is what stems this report here. The report is attached to this report and basically says, you know, there's approximately $8 million worth of repair that will, stage you for future growth in the next phase, but will resolve your hydraulic bottlenecks. Sorry.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, over to our clerk, please, for a motion.
Thank you. Motion reads that Public Works Report number W24-024 dated August 28th, 2024, with respect to the West Shore Wastewater Treatment Plant Process Capacity Assessment be received. And further, that Council approve recommendations from the 2024 West Shore Wastewater Treatment Plant Process Capacity Assessment Report completed by Ainley and Associates, Ltd. And further, that Council approve engineering and design estimate costs of $780,000. 780,000 in the 2024 capital budget, and further that the engineering and design costs be funded through the Development Charges Reserve Fund.
Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Member Brennan, seconded by Member Taylor. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. Okay, I I'm looking to our clerk. We're on the administration section. Yes. Okay. F 2.1, Chief Administrative Officer Report Number CAO 2024-02, Organizational Review Implementation Plan. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, council will remember that over the winter, we did an organizational review and Blackline was before you in June to outline, manage our today's workload and our future growth as we grow. So it was a pretty weighty report, and the senior management team took the time over council recess over the summer to digest it and figure out how we were going to recommend to council to implement it. And that's what you have before you today. So it had a couple of different parts. One was staffing, and I'll come back to that. The second item was they titled it change levers, which I had trouble understanding the term, but I think it was becoming more efficient and improving our culture. So we have approached that by setting up volunteer staff committees. So, and all of that information, I guess, came from the staff interviews and the surveys and all of that. So to approach those things, we wanted to involve staff in what the solutions are for that. So we have 3 committees, staff volunteered to sit on them, and over the next couple of months, they will work on those pieces. The part that needs council input is a staffing plan for the next 3 to 5 years. So we're recommending, they recommended a lot of different positions, and recognizing that that is expensive and we need to phase it in over a few years. We've given you a 3-year plan to start the process, starting with the change to customer service. And we started there recognizing that that was one of council's 4 pillars in your strategic plan, that you wanted to see improvements there. The recommendation in the org review report was that we move to a centralized model. So I'm not sure if council is aware of how it works now, but right now we have 6 administrative assistants in 6 different departments. And while there's a little cross training, it's not huge. So if you came and you wanted to pay your taxes, register for a rec program, and apply for a deck permit, you might have to see 3 different people. So their recommendation was you centralize that into a pool, cross-train everyone so that you can do the basics. The front customer service will never be able to do it all. So once you get past a level of service, then you will need the staff behind that to assist. But cross-train them and really document procedures, which I have to confess we're not great at. So that's definitely something that we can improve. And it really helps, one, in resident service, but it also helps us if staff change over, if there's medical leaves, if there's maternity leaves, if they move on, having that redundancy in the organization. So we're recommending that we start there. And so it makes a change in reporting relationships. So the report recommended that you hire a customer service supervisor, which those 6 people would then report to, and that person would report into the clerk, who becomes the director of corporate services. So that's plan A, and that's what we're asking you to approve today. And then I've laid out where we see different staff coming in over the next 3 years, but those, of course, would come back to budget every year for council to make a decision on. So that's the summary. Happy.
Thank you. So are there any questions or discussion from members of council? Member Brennan?
Yes, to the chair, to the CEO. That's great. It's really nice to see this all spelled out. I just want to highlight this because I mentioned it when the report was done. The original consultant's report, I feel, while solid in so many ways, was lacking in future considerations around things like AI and computer technology. And I've already talked to the clerk about this, and I just wanted to make a point. If we're going to go to a hybrid system, I'm just basing this on my experience with teams over the years. Having one in-house IT person is not enough, in my view. I would suggest as a minimum 1.5 with the other or well, two in a way, with the other half of that position being part of this pool that is being discussed as a possible. I like the pool option for new initiatives and introducing new technologies and softwares and so forth. But for the day-to-day, like, I just want to point out, if we had trouble today would have been a mess for us. And based on what the clerk told us last week about Zoom meetings and the possible threats, I really would respectfully ask you to reconsider the IT thing. I think it needs to be shored up sooner than later. Thank you.
Any other comments, Sorry, I didn't hear a question.
I'm just making a suggestion.
You don't want to answer?
Go ahead. Sure.
I was going to say thank you for your suggestion. Both the treasurer and the coordinator of IT are off this week, so I haven't had a chance to talk to them. But before we move forward, I will definitely discuss your suggestion with them.
Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair and Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam CEO, for the report. Fully supportive. Regarding the IT, and I support you, Member Brennan, but is there an opportunity, because the county are our partners in the interim, can we, you have something to say? Okay. You may know something that I don't know regarding IT, but they are our partners and they have a huge IT department, and I don't know whether we can, in the interim, rely on the county to maybe help us.
Thank you. Through the chair, as we investigate the service provider options, the county would be one of those options. So I know that the director and the coordinator are looking at a range of options, and we'll have to also factor in what that. So it's definitely on the table, and we are aware.
I'm looking, no other questions. Okay, sorry, Member Cox. Member Cox and then Member Taylor.
Yeah, I just, when you said the county, it dawned. When we were county council in August, the mayor of Midland spoke, and I really I had not thought of it. He spoke and said that there were IT companies in Simcoe County that were losing their contracts. So they're local businesses, and they're losing their contracts because municipalities are deciding to go with the county. So now the county's hiring an extra person. And I don't have a problem utilizing the county, but I have a problem taking business away from local businesses. And the county reply was, oh, we're not out there looking for it. People are just coming to us. So I think we use CompuSolve, David does, to help right now. And I hope that we do look at the private and the county for help, and that they can back up with them, because I'm assuming that when David is off, if there is an issue, it does go to CompuSolve now, or am I not wrong? Excuse me, to the CAO.
Thank you. You are correct. That is our marginal backup at the time. And I 100% agree. I think there's pros and cons with looking for the county. The benefit of a third-party contractor, similar to what we were talking about in snow plowing, is the county works 8:30 to 4:30 similarly, but our emergency might be at 2 a.m. You get more flexibility contracting that out. But the county has some advantages too. So I think we have to look at that when we're figuring out what our solution is. But we definitely need a solution of some fun, because if that IT is probably the one thing that keeps me up at night. It is way too much for one person. And as Councillor Brennan said, David is on holidays this week. If we had a rough day with our IT, we would have been in trouble.
Yeah, and sorry, supplemental, I too agree with the way you want to roll with this, because I think the customer service has been a chronic issue and complaint from different people. So I'm glad to see that we're going with that. And I like the idea of the committees of the staff to do that too. I know it's not in my business area, but I still like the idea. And the other one was the alignment of the clerk to be the corporate service part. And that takes away a lot of reports and things that would go to you. So that Is that not what the black line said, that too many reports were coming through to you, or is that helping or not?
Through the chair, not immediately, but eventually. So we are going to start with the customer service piece, which would report to the Director of Corporate Services. It was also recommended that economic development and communications go there, recognizing that the customer service change is a big change and a big ask of the clerk. The agreement that we have come to is I will keep those two functions for a year, and once we get that up and running, then it will move over. So not yet, but it will help eventually.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to the CAO. So my question is, how do you measure customer service right now? And then can it be measured incrementally? Like in this new position, how do we measure if there's an improvement?
Over to the
chair. We currently measure it anecdotally by the number of complaints that I get and you get. There really isn't a measurement, and that's very common in municipalities. We're working through our new financial software that will provide some more data. It's just been slow coming, so there will be a measurement, but hopefully the measurement comes in the lessening of complaints that you receive and that I receive. But it is customer service is a really difficult thing to measure, and there aren't many municipalities that have the ability to do it. But you know when it's not happening, I guess. And I'm not saying our customer service is great today, but it can be better for sure.
Supplemental, if I could. So these assistants won't report to their direct report. Their report will be the new customer service director. Is that? I don't know how will that work?
Thank you. Through the chair.
Sorry, did I get that mixed up?
No, thank you. You have it correct. Allison and I are working through that process with the directors at the time. You are correct. They will report to the customer service. They will have primary duties, which are customer service, and then secondary duties, which support the departments. So, and the benefit of that is right now, departments have one support. So if that person is on vacation or ill or whatever, and notices need to come out or whatever, there isn't a backup. But we're going to train 2 people to support each department so that there's cross training. So it'll be a big change for sure. And we've got lots of logistical things to work out. But Alice and I have been working with both the frontline staff and the directors to figure out how to best make it happen. And just to clarify too, while this is very new to us, it is not a new concept. I implemented the same thing. I'm losing track of my years, but probably 15 years ago in Springwater, we went through this process. Innisfil does it, Lake of Bays does it, Barrie does it. Lots of municipalities organize themselves this way. We just hadn't got there, and the org review was the impetus to make it happen.
And just my last question is the financial one. Should this wait till budget because there's budget implications there, or why the urgency? And why we can't wait till we do the budget in October, November?
Thank you. That's entirely within council's control. From a staff perspective, customer service was one of your 4 pillars in the strat plan. You will be getting a report at council to show that our projected surplus this year, I think, is about $900,000. So we have the money to do it. And it's a bit of a way to stagger all of these changes as well, because we're asking for more in next year's budget. So, and it's a big project, so we want to get working on it. But that's totally up to council if they want to wait till budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I have one. Probably, well, definitely unlike other council members, I didn't interpret the report to say that we needed to add yet another supervisor position, namely customer service supervisor. I did reread the report and I rewatched the June 19th presentation by the consultant that we hired. And one of the big takeaways that was stated by the consultant was that currently the ratio in Severn Township is one supervisor has 3 staff reports. And they stated how low that was, and that the township could increase the ratio of staff to supervisors. And if we did that, we won't need more supervisor positions. So I was very disappointed to see that the first thing out of this report was to hire yet another supervisor. So I just would like to understand where that thinking is, because I don't see that someone with the title of customer service supervisor is going to do what you hope, we all hope, which would enhance customer service across the township.
Thank you. Through the chair, that position is noted several places through the report. The first page I flipped to was 43, and it recognizes a supervisor of customer service immediately within 1 year. The ratios you were talking about were department specific, so that one person leaving a department might change it a little bit, but I'm not sure how we could manage a centralized customer service function without a supervisor. That would mean 6 additional bodies reporting to the clerk, and I don't think that's doable for her. So we think it's required, and the consultant thought it was required as well.
Okay, thank you. Then if 6 positions are leaving, potentially 6 different supervisors or directors, then that leaves them with even less than a 1-to-3 reporting ratio. So we still have less direct reports for each of our supervisors by creating the new supervisor. So I'm still struggling with the understanding of that as a solution.
Through the chair, I'm not really sure how to answer that. I'd have to think about department by department, but yes, one person is leaving each department. But the work hasn't changed any, so I'm not sure. I
can clear it up. So my question is that if one person is leaving each department, and if the current ratio is 1 supervisor to 3 staff, then we have less people reporting to the remaining supervisors / director staff.
Thank you. Through you, I don't think the report speaks to one manager for 3 staff. It varies by department. So I'm not sure that's an accurate statistic.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. I will just pause that, but that's what I wrote down from today. Can I ask my remaining questions? Okay. Yeah, I know. No, I know you want to speak. Thanks. And then the new positions, we're actually missing positions that were in the consultant report, and there were 4. One was an engineer. I spoke to that earlier about maybe bringing one in-house. The other was a GIS. The other was a financial analyst, and the other was a health and safety officer. So again, it's just, I did reread the report. I rewatched the video this morning, and those were my takeaways from it. And because I was looking to see how this request aligned with the consultant report that we paid for. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not sure if you missed a page in the report, but all of those positions are slated for 2025 budget.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Thank you. The motion reads that report CAO 2024-02 regarding the organizational review implementation plan be received, and that the CAO be directed to recruit for a customer service supervisor and realign the clerk's duties to Director of Corporate Services clerk immediately, and further that additional staffing requests be brought to budget deliberations as appropriate.
Do I have a mover? Moved by member Burkett, seconded by member Jansen. All in favor? And carried. Can I have a recorded vote, please, while we're up?
Certainly. So recorded vote requested by Member Minnings. Okay, Member Burkett, 4 against. Member Minnings, 4 against.
Against.
Member Cox, 4 against.
4.
Member Taylor, 4 against.
Against.
Member McIntyre, 4 against. Member Jansen, 4 against. Can you unmute yourself, sir? I just can't. I'm trying to read my screen.
4.
4. Thank you. And I believe Member Brennan, your last 4 against. 4. If you could turn your microphone on, that'd be great.
4.
Thank you. Motion's carried.
Thank you. We're on item F 2.2, Administration Report A24-023, Land Sale Inquiry 3309 Lake St. George Boulevard.
Thank you very much. Staff received this inquiry following a phone call conversation with this gentleman. They were made aware that this is the park dedication piece for this area along Lake St. George, and were made aware that it's council's policy that they do not sell waterfront pieces that they own. However, knowing that council is the only authority that has the ability to waive their own policy, he chose to submit an application. Based on the comments received from staff are recommending that the land sale inquiry be denied.
Member Cox.
I agree with that. It be denied. Thank you.
Member Jansen, do you have a question? No. Okay. I have one question. Yeah, I have one question. I didn't know that we owned a parcel of land on Lake St. George Boulevard, so that's good to know. Is there an opportunity for council to get a list of other land that the township owns across Severn so that we could know what that is?
We can work on that. It's a little tricky. So this is actually not, it's the parkland dedication for this area, but it's not actually in the township's name. So the way this used to work is that many years ago, the province was the approval for subdivisions. And a lot of these older plans, they have what they call area in common or area in common users on them. I encountered it quite regularly in my last municipality, and they exist all over Tiny as well, where they're intended to be the park dedication. And they're actually in a bit of a murky piece on ownership because it's not the townships. I know Tiny's just gone through an exercise in actually vesting one of these as a municipal piece of land. It's a bit of an exercise, but I just want to make clear that this actually isn't currently owned by the township. It's considered to be the public land for those that are as part of this subdivision. So.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. Subsequent, I'm not sure if you have the answer to this, and if not, that's okay, but then we don't hold an insurance policy on that. So if somebody breaks their ankle, who owns this land? Just curious what the liability is.
So right now it's an area in common for those that are on the subdivision plan. So if you were to look up the title, it doesn't show us in the slightest. So it would not be covered under our current insurance.
Thank you. So, just from what you've said, and I know it's not exactly related to the question by the resident, is there an opportunity to move forward to make this something that the township would want in a future report? I'm thinking that a lot of the calls I get around Lake St. George are that people are using the water access point that's on the S bend of the road. They're parking there. There's been a few safety issues reported, picnicking, that kind of thing. And if there is an opportunity to actually have a safe place that people could go and use the water and swim from, that might be something. But again, without having known this was here, I'm under the assumption, I guess correctly, that the only water access point for public on Lake St. George is on our S bend water access.
Through you, Madam Chair, and maybe the Director of Public Works can speak to the S bend access point safety concern piece. With respect to this, normally if these do come forward for the township to take ownership of them, it comes from those that are subject to that subdivision plan. It comes as a request to say, look, we've been maintaining this or using this for 50 years. We can't do it anymore. We'd like you to take it over. It doesn't tend to come from the township that way. It tends to come from the residents to the township. And I'll let the director speak to the other questions and issues that were raised on the other piece.
Maybe, is it okay to repeat the question? So it was regarding S-Pens and the unopened road allowances, I assume?
No, I was just saying if that was available to the township to maintain and use that as a water access, it could alleviate some of the concerns around the water access. So no question for you at this point around the safety. Thank you. Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, somebody owns it. Does it run with the land? Is it Crown land? If we don't own it, who does own it? How do we find that out, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. It would have to be an exercise through land titles. It is owned jointly by all those that are subject to the subdivision plan. So that's how these area and commons work. So that anyone, say if there were 20 lots in the subdivision, it would be owned by all 20 people.
So is it, through the chair, is it deeded access, or do you know that, whether it's deeded access, or should we have our clerk, our solicitor find out who owns it?
It doesn't need to be deeded access because it's laid out on the subdivision plan, right on the actual like registered deposited plan. Then it's called area in common.
Okay.
And it's for the people on that plan. These get a little murkier the more you dig into them. You'll never find a perfect clean title when it comes to these, because what land registry tends to do is say if there's 20 owners, they take the first person's name in alphabetical order and they attach it to it.
Yeah.
But if you actually dig into it, you'll find that it's for all the, say, 20 people that are on that plan.
So
It's been a multi-year process for Tiny just to sort one out.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I just was through the chair, just back to the liability aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
If they're all sort of listed as having access to it, it sort of sums it up. We don't really need to care who owns it, do we? Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess the confusion comes that in the background section, it's an inquiry to purchase township-owned lands, that they're brought to committees for approval. So because it was brought to committee, I'm assuming it is township-owned lands, but what I'm hearing is it's not township-owned land, so then it probably didn't need to come to committee if we can't make a decision on land we don't own. I'm just still struggling with this.
Yeah. So I think where the confusion comes in is that when you tend to go on Terranet or MPAC and you pull it, MPAC has a habit of just labeling the land as ours. Because long-term, if they came to us to vest it, it would become municipal property. So people go online through MPAC and through assessment and they look up properties and the assessment roll and they go, oh, this is owned by the township. But when you dig into it, which is what we do when we receive an inquiry, is we contact our lawyers and we get an actual title done on the property. It comes up and shows that it's an area in common. So it's about as clear as mud, unfortunately, Madam Chair. And that's why these are never simple. So it is also sometimes when we get an inquiry like this, also easier to bring it to council to ensure that it is a clear answer that the individual is receiving on the other end. So because it's not in our authority to do.
Okay, Member Cox.
Yeah, I think we just do the motion and.
Oh, yeah. So thank you. So we're having some chatter here. So it's still hard for us to put in a motion and deny something that we don't own. So I would be interested to see how you're wording the motion, that the response isn't ours to give, because it's saying that that we would deny the sale of the land.
Again, I think this goes back to clarification between how MPAC describes property and how land titles describes property. When MPAC describes stuff, a lot of times they will label it as ours. I encountered this at Tay, where we had a bunch of stuff that when we pulled up a pure MPAC report, it showed that we owned all these. And then when we actually looked at them, they were these area in commons. And to be fair to this gentleman, I think that it's a straightforward, simple answer to give him back, to just say, this is not ours. We deny the request. If he wants to engage directly with all the various property owners, that's his decision, and he'll receive that information from me. But in the effort of trying to give a resident, because he does live further down the road, a clear answer, then it helps to sometimes give a council motion to give a clear direction on an issue. Plus, this also confirms council's policy on this, which has also now been translated into your new official plan.
Okay, I'd be interested in hearing how you've got the motion worded.
So the motion, Madam Chair, is fairly straightforward. That the administration report number A24-023 dated August 28th, 2023, regarding land sale inquiry 3309 Lake St. George Boulevard be received, and that the land sale inquiry be denied.
Yeah, so I think I again, just back to our comments, how can we deny a purchase of something or a sale of something we don't own? I think the motion should read that the response go back to the resident, letting them know that we do not own the land and that they be redirected to MPAC or somewhere else. I just have a hard time denying something, a sale that we can't deny. Yes, Member Burkett.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. And I understand where you're coming from, but as Madam Clerk has said, the gentleman probably looked on a website or Impact and it shows us as ownership. So I don't think we need to go into great detail. It's a common area. If he wants to pursue it any further, he can contact Madam Clerk and she can give him direction as to where he needs to go. But for him to get 20 people on board to sell a chunk of land, it will never happen. And I understand your concern, but this isn't the first time that we brought something like this to council where we've denied it.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is it possible then, Madam Clerk, to put in there that since we have no ownership to it, that he'll have to go elsewhere to find out who owns it or whatever? I mean, we can't deny something if we don't own something. I'm struggling with the same as the chair is doing.
Okay. Through Madam Chair, I think there's a couple things. I can amend the motion to say that the land sale inquiry be denied as the lands are an area in common on the plan of subdivision. Sure. If that helps.
Thank you very much.
And then from there, staff will actually reach out to MPAC and see if they can fix their records too. So that said, the motion then reads that the report be received and that the land sale inquiry be denied as the lands are an area in common on the plan of subdivision.
Thank you. Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member McIntyre. All in favor and carried. Thank you. Are we continuing with this agenda? I'm just looking at the time and looking at the
checking with staff to see if they.
Okay, thank you.
In the interim, till I hear back, we can continue.
Thank you. We're on item F 2.4, administration report number A24-026, sole source procurement ward boundary review. I missed 2. Okay. My apologies. Okay. We're going to back it up one. F 2.3, administration report A23-025, final memorandum of understanding, MOU between Coldwater BIA and Township.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this has been a work in progress since council saw the original draft some months ago. I presented to the BIA again. Member Jansen can remember a couple months back. Handful of months back, it feels like at this point. They had some questions, clarifications. So you'll see some red line changes that are in the attachment to the staff report. The main ones are on the integrity commissioner piece, that if there's an investigation that we would pay those costs rather than the BIA. Other than that, if there are changes that council were to wish to undertake with respect to the procedures for the BIA, that we would make best attempt to consult them. I did speak to this at the BIA meeting to say that council's under no obligation to, and in certain circumstances, time may not provide for that. But otherwise they'd make their best attempt. So, but they're not obligated, but they'd make a best attempt to consult with the BIA on any future procedural changes to the BIA. They sought clarification with respect to general maintenance and infrastructure stuff, so that if there's BIA decorations like the tree lights, and we need to have them removed to facilitate tree trimming, then that would be on us to put them back up, rather than the BIA, because that's us choosing to put them down or take them down. The manager or director of Parks Recreation Facilities was fine with that. And otherwise there were just some clerical general questions. So at this point, I know they received the final version at their their last board meeting, I believe it was. And I heard from the chair that they did not have any issues with it. So the final version is before council.
Thank you very much. Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. This is where I get a little cloudy. Are those trees? I thought the trees were public works, not recreations. I know they're doing the gardens, right? But those trees are public works responsibility, right?
So through the chair, and not too long ago, Public Works was also recreation. So there is a divulge there, but trees in general within the road allowance are maintained by the Public Works Department, and we certainly have dispatched staff to do the routine trimming and reactive repairs to those boulevard street trees that are downtown. Recreation has done most of the decorating around the said trees. So yes, there's a mix, but yes, roads operations does have an account.
BIA.
And there's BIA involvement in most of it with,
Okay.
Yes.
And the only reason I'm asking, and I know it's a little off topic, but it's close enough, is those trees need help. There's a lot of dead branches and a lot of they are just wrong. I can't talk about it. Sorry. Can I?
Well, through the chair, yeah, you probably shouldn't be talking about it, but the director has increased his tree budget for
Thank you.
2025.
That's all I needed to know.
Recognizing there's some work to
I just wanted to bring the trees out front. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no more, Member Brennan.
Thank you. With regard to the accountability issue and the redlining on the Integrity Commissioner and closed meeting investigator, do we have any control over how the costs might escalate in a situation? So there could be infighting by the BIA that brings the commissioner in and could cost us a fortune. Is that not correct?
Yes.
So I don't like that clause then. I really think there has to be some threshold where we can say what we think needs to be done to control costs to our taxpayers.
Thank you. If I may, at a staff level, particularly between the clerk and I, and the treasurer, we had multiple discussions about this particular point. And you're absolutely correct. The challenge is it's a volunteer board that doesn't get as much education as council does, although we're working on that to improve for sure. But their budget is very limited. So they only have $30,000. That's their budget. So they could have a complaint that eats up half of it, and then they wouldn't be able to do any of the good work. So there's no right answer to that question. And I think between the three of us discussing it, we all had different ideas. But in fairness to their very limited budget, that's where we landed. Council can land somewhere else, but that was what our struggle was.
Yeah. Supplementary, please. I get it, but I think we need to have some sort of cap on what can be done. Like at some point, if reason is not prevailing, we need to be the voice of reason. I just think there needs to be a default in there that says there has to be some. It has to be like we can't have a blank check out there. That's just not how we do good business. There has to be something that says to a certain value or whatever, after which point it needs to be approved here. I would suggest there has to be something.
Through you. I hear what you're saying. The challenge is, as staff and as council, you don't have any control over what an integrity commissioner report costs. So they're an independent body. If someone makes a complaint about you or a member of a board and committee, the integrity commissioner decides how much investigation is warranted. And I've seen the gamut, not here, thankfully. We're a very well-behaved bunch, and we appreciate that from you. But I've seen the gamut from the complaint gets dismissed for insufficient evidence or whatever the term is, and it's $1,000 to I've seen them run $40,000-$50,000 because they're, and the challenge is what we struggled with is it's about accountability. So it's not about the money. I mean, it is about the money for sure, but we can't control that. But is there a penalty if you're found in violation? But there isn't for council. There isn't a, if a resident made an integrity commissioner complaint about a councillor and you were found in violation of the code, the only sanctions to you are a loss of salary, but you don't then have to pay for the integrity commissioner bill. So we didn't know how we could put that on the BIA. So I totally hear what you're saying. And we had that discussion. We just didn't know how to get there. And I'm not sure there's an easy and fair way to get there. The best piece is to educate everybody about proper behavior. And the clerk has been working with the BIA on that to eliminate complaints before they start. That's our best line of defense.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I can just follow up on the CIO's comment there. So with respect to the BIA and say if this was about the Culture and Recreation Advisory Committee or a future one that we had, the one mechanism council does still have outside of, so the integrity commissioner makes a report that says, we recommend they lose pay. And yes, there are issues and we recommend also this, and this be done. While the integrity commissioner, short of undertaking a court process, cannot have a council member removed from seat, council retains the privilege to decide who sits on their boards and committees. So if council decided that there were numerous issues being received, or this issue with the integrity commissioner came back and said, this issue, these are the recommendations, and council saw it with enough severity that they wanted to remove that member, then that also remains with council when it comes to boards and committee member appointments. So it's a little different than elected officials. There are more tools for council when it comes to dealing with the results of the report when it comes to board and committee members. So I appreciate what you're saying on the fiscal side. Like the CIO said, we have batted this around for months, whether there should be a threshold established to it. Most of them don't get too crazy in height for fiscal costs unless the IC decides to undertake a court process, which is exceptionally rare, and normally only applies to council members. So just
thank you. We're going to go to the CEO and then to Member Taylor and Member Jansen, please. Thank you.
And thank you through the chair. Something the clerk said sparked another thought. The code of conduct applies to all your boards and committees. So if you were and you don't have any mechanism to fund it from CRAC or Committee of Adjustment because they don't have a budget. So if you took a different tact on this one, you would be treating them differently also.
Just for everyone's listening, CRAC is the Culture and Recreation Advisory Committee.
Sorry, it's a terrible acronym.
It is a terrible acronym. Okay, over to Member Taylor and then Member Jansen, please.
Yeah, as a regular visitor downtown Coldwater, just want to thank the BIA for what they're doing. It looks great year round. And I like how our staff, whether it be rec or public works, they get involved with the Christmas wreaths, and I'm glad to see that they're looking after the Christmas trees, or the trees on the main street with the Christmas lights. it becomes a health and safety issue on ladders and stuff, because I know from my past work there. But I just want to say I fully support this report, and thanks to Member Jansen and his crew there on the BIA.
Thank you, Member Jansen.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make comment as well and thank Ms. Gray for coming out to the BIA at our April meeting. A lot of time was spent in reviewing this document, as well as answering questions from the BIA board and the members of the public that were in attendance at that meeting. And I do feel that we were heard. This document is not only going to help this BIA board, but it's also going to help the BIA boards of the future, as well as future township staff that may need to look at the document to see whose responsibility is or where this responsibility lies. So again, thank you, Ms. Gray, and I definitely believe that we were heard when it came to the Integrity Commissioners portion of the MOU, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. To our clerk for a motion, please.
Thank you. The motion reads that Administration Report number E23-025 dated August 28th, 2024, regarding a final memorandum of understanding MOU between the Coldwater BIA and Township be received, that the MOU be approved, and further that the required bylaw be brought forward to the next council meeting.
Thank you. Moved by Member Jansen, seconded by Member Taylor. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. We're going to go to F 2.4.
Madam Chair, lunch is here. So, and it is a hot lunch. So,
sorry, are we taking, we can't finish the agenda? It's
yeah, we can do the final staff report and then take a break for lunch before we get into all the new business items that were all pulled off consent. Because we have 9 additional items to consider under new business.
You're right. Okay. So what was
we can finish up the staff reports.
Let's finish up the staff report. F 2.4 Administration Report A24-026 Sole Source Procurement Ward Boundary Review, please.
Thank you. So staff are looking to sole source the contract for the ward boundary review that was brought up at budget to Watsons and Economists. They did do our 2016 one and considered a general industry expert on the subject matter. So we are seeking to undertake that. The first step would be, besides some background work that would be provided by staff to them, will be a special meeting potentially on October 9th, which will be a backgrounder on the ward boundary review process entitled Ward Boundary 101. For council. And then after that, there'll be sit down individual interviews with the consultant with each council member. I have spoken with some of the members who spoke to their concerns when it came up at budget. I have one more to talk to with respect to how the 2016 process went to. And I think those concerns are easily rectified and addressed through the new process. This will not be a quick process. I do want to make sure that that is well understood. So the anticipated plan is if we kick this off in October is that we will finish up somewhere around May of next year. There will be 2 full rounds of public consultation. So one before the preliminary report is done, and then that second one after the preliminary report is received. There will also be stuff put out through communications. There is the potential for online surveys, various pieces like that. So it's just, this is step 1 is to award it to Watsons if council's in favor of that. Truthfully, I don't know of anyone else who's as well regarded in the market these days to do this. So we'd have to go out for RFP to figure out who else is out there. The benefit is Watsons has just completed our DC study. So they have our current growth numbers and they completed our last one. They have some general information on the township as a whole as well. So.
Thank you. Any comments or discussion? Member Taylor?
Yeah, I think I like what I'm hearing, that we can at least talk to the consultant before. We had no say. We came back, or they came back with 3 or 4 options, and here they are. And in some cases, they made sense, like for Ward 1 being part of it being put into Ward 5, it made sense logistically just to drive around there, and then conversely, part of Ward 2 went into Ward 1. So I agree with that. But I just question 8 years how can the numbers, and I spoke to the clerk about this, how can the numbers be so out of whack already? Especially like you had highlighted, Ward 3 was out of whack compared to Ward 5. And 8 years to me we haven't grown that much in 8 years to throw the numbers out of whack. That's my thought.
Thank you. Member Taylor, did you want a response?
I wouldn't mind hearing.
Thank you. Okay.
If Allison can,
over to
what she said to me on Monday would be fine too.
Thank you.
I can attempt to answer Member Taylor's questions. So part of the difference is that growth comes on streams at different times. So what's projected. Also, we have a much more accurate forecast now of where our subdivisions might be in the near future and immediate future and future. With respect to areas like West Shore and Marchmont and the new subdivisions that's come on stream in Coldwater. So we have a better idea than maybe 10 years ago as to where our growth is and to how soon it's anticipated to maybe build out. As we already have permits coming in for Turnbull and such like that, that we didn't in 2016. So not that the plans and subdivisions might not have been forecasted, but knowing when they're actually going to come through and actually turn into electors is a totally different calculation than just planning for the collection and development charges over the next 10 years, right? So that's the big part of it. So that's part of the reason why Marchmont is reflecting as higher, or that Ward 3, and I must emphasize, it's not just Marchmont. It connects all the way around to the start of Ward 4 and the backside of Ward 2. To just bear in mind that where the growth has actually built out since 2016 is also going to be a little different than where it grows out in the near future too. Hopefully that answers Member Taylor's comment, but also having just undertaken and very recently just finished the development charge review with the bylaw just passing this morning, we have current numbers that have been actively worked on staff within the last immediate days.
Okay, thank you. And then my question was that if we do award this contract at this time for award boundary review, it will take into consideration the development that we know is either in progress or coming to us for site plan approval. So there's lots of things in the works that are concepts. So I just don't want to be putting in another, going through another expense of this once all the houses are inhabited in the next maybe 5 years or so. Or is this a cycle of ward boundary reviews that normally does happen every 5 years?
Through you to back to you, Madam Chair. So the timeline as to growth will include what we know today for whether it's now or into the future when we consider projected growth and new elector numbers for each ward as to where they will sit. Over the last 10 years in particular, there has been a change in the way ward boundaries are handled and that they are expected to turn into a bit more of a cyclical event, whether it's every 10 years or every 15 years. It's not expected that these remain stagnant and untouched for 20 to 30 years. It's important to retain that voter parity between wards to ensure that they're as equal and even as we can predict, whether it's going to be immediate or whether it's going to be in the next 5 years where it catches up. As mentioned at budget, we had a choice whether or not to deal with this now. So it's in place for 2026 or put it off till after 2026 and it wouldn't come into effect till 2030 because these changes only come into effect for the next municipal election. So they don't come into effect when immediately passed. They come into effect when the next municipal election happens. So hopefully that helps.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm thinking that we could put it off since I don't know that in the next in the fall of 2026 at the next election that the homes will be up and built and lived in, but
through you, Madam Chair, we already have permits in for Turnbull, right, for the townhouses and various homes going in there. We have seen new subdivisions come on in Coldwater, new ones in Marchmont. I did talk to the consultant about timing, and he came across as saying, given the numbers that I can access today through Elections Ontario's new voter portal, there are some wards that are severely out of parity with other wards that would put us outside what is considered the general guideline laid out by the Supreme Court. So it would be appropriate for us to review it at this point in time.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Do you have a motion for us, please? Oh, sorry, who was? Oh, sorry, Member Jansen.
Yeah, I was just going to say my understanding is that this was already approved in the 2024 budget funding for it, and I'd like to see it move forward.
Okay, do we have a motion, please?
Thank you. The motion reads that Administration Report number A24-26 dated August 28th, 2024 regarding the sole source procurement ward bound review be received and that council approves the sole source procurement of the ward bound review project to Watson and Associates Economists Limited.
Okay, I'm looking for a mover, Member Cox, seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. So we're breaking, is that what?
Yes, madam, for lunch.
Okay, so we're breaking until what, 1 p.m.?
Yeah, that'll give us 30 minutes.
Okay. Okay, hello, everyone. This is Corporate Services Committee, and we are reconvening post-lunch. It's 1:05 p.m. And we are going to go to item G1, new business. It's my item, so I'd like to pass the chair over to Member Brennan, please.
Yes, thank you. All right, so you have a report with regard to question period at council meeting, so please proceed.
Thank you. I've put forward this attached new item, which is a proposed motion to amend the council procedural bylaw to include having a question period agenda item at our regular monthly council meetings, whereby members of the public would have the opportunity to ask questions of council or make comments. Questions that are intended or worded in such a way to solicit a decision or a resolution of council where the subject matter is not listed on the published agenda would be at the discretion of the chair. Each person would be able to speak for a maximum of 2 minutes, and I'm proposing that the question period agenda item would not exceed 10 minutes in total. Further to that, I've put forward 6 points that I think support this motion that I want you to consider. In the last year and a half or so since I've been on council, not all of the communication or interactions I've had with the public have been complaints driven. Sometimes and oftentimes actually there's some really good ideas, or they just would like to have an opportunity to speak to me. And a few people have suggested that they would like to have the opportunity to speak to council too. So the first point is direct accountability. So having a question period would ensure that we are answerable to the public. And we'd be held accountable for decisions and actions. And it's really to promote transparency in our local governance structure. The second is to empower residents to come before council at every opportunity. I like to encourage people to come before council, certainly to reach out to the clerk with what their questions or their concerns might be, so that they might consider not just writing a letter to council or speaking to me as a counselor, but to come and speak to all of us so that we have a good understanding of maybe their concerns, any clarifications, their ideas. The other is information sharing and clarity. Then enhanced civic participation. I think that by encouraging residents to participate actively at council meetings, and it's an opportunity for them to not just be observers and listen, but they could actually participate by speaking to us as a council body. I think it's also responsive, so that we would, as council and township, as the staff who manage the end-to-end operations of the township, could use this opportunity to gauge public sentiment and gather feedback, adjust policies perhaps, and build and foster trust and cooperation between government and the residents, and also finally build community trust. I think that regular and meaningful interactions during a question period agenda item will build trust and us as their elected reps. So in summary, it's not just a procedural formality, as I've written in the document that's attached to the agenda. It is an opportunity for us to provide a cornerstone for democratic governance at this local level, strengthen our communities, promote transparency, and build relationships among council and the residents. I know that as a councillor in my ward, I do have a lot of interaction with people in the ward, but it would also let me hear from residents and all their varying questions, comments, etc., across the whole township, of which we also represent. So that's my presentation, Chair. Back to you.
Yes, thank you. Comments from members of council? Questions?
Thanks for you, Mr. Chair, to Madam Clerk. As far as it not being on an agenda, not knowing what the public would say, is that something we could even entertain?
Through you, Mr. Chair. If council would like to go down this and explore this opportunity and avenue further, I would recommend that this be referred for a staff report. Only if council is generally interested. There are multiple municipalities that do question periods at start of meetings. The majority of them are gradually, it used to be that it could be anything of any topic, regardless of whether it was on the agenda or not. More are amending their procedural bylaw over time to restrict it to items that are on the agenda. Due to the fact that they want it to have been any topic that can come up is subject to public notice then. So people know the scope of what could be discussed or brought up. So it goes to the whole accountability and transparency piece. So then how that is managed with so if you had 10 people and you've got 10 minutes, they get 1 minute each. And it is up to the chair to absolutely hold them to that. With the clerk holding a time stopper, like there's no give on the 10 minutes. Some will entertain questions. Some will say, yes, we're here to hear your comments. But we, council and staff, do not respond. It is purely receiving comments from the public. Some allow materials to be submitted through the clerk. Some do not. Some allow it if materials are submitted by a certain deadline before the meeting, not during the meeting. So there's a whole breadth of what this can and cannot be. So because of the complexity of it, but there's a lot of municipalities that don't have it just as equally. So because they feel that if members of the public have questions or queries that they want to bring forward, that's what their members are for, or that they have the ability to book a delegation and make that arrangement that way. So it's 50-50, very much so. There's quite a few through the county that have it. There's quite a few that don't. So it's just it would be completely up to Member Minnings as to whether or not she would entertain an amendment to her motion as presented for it be referred for a staff report so you can get more information or not. But that would be staff's recommendation on this if council wanted to explore it at all.
Supplementary through the chair, if I may. I can't vote in favor of it, only because of the 2 municipalities that I've reached out to ask how they were doing with afterwards or beforehand having our residents come to speak, because what it turns into is if they didn't get an answer from the right answer that they would like to hear from our staff on the other side, they thought by coming to council as a whole, we could make a decision and maybe overturn the questions that they got a no to on the other side. And you would get the same people coming, hoping they'd get a different answer. We're all very transparent. We're all approachable. We have a system that works really well. If someone wants to come and make a delegation and come to council, absolutely. They can come at any time. And as I said, my place of work is constant. People come and ask me questions and they're more than welcome to. And I give them an answer. And if I don't have the answer, I reach out to staff and staff helps me and directs me with the proper answer. I just feel that 10 minutes is going to turn into 3 or 4 hours. We're going to even upset our residents even more so when we go down this path. But those are just my comments.
I'll have a comment, but does anyone else have a comment in the meantime? Councillor Taylor?
Yes, through the chair to Allison. I'm interested in this one, and I'd like if it could be referred to a staff report. I think more communication with the public is a good thing. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. And to the Deputy Mayor?
Yep, I understand, through chair. I understand your concept, but I don't, the part that says worded in a way to solicit a decision or resolution of council. I'm not going to be soliciting or giving any resolution of council when a member from the public just asks me off the cuff something that I have no idea I have no where it came from or what's going on with it. That to me is I don't have a clear history of it or what's going on, and I would not feel comfortable making a resolution without more, and it could end up into more staff reports. In my opinion, I think that people have an avenue. They can make a deputation, and then we all have the information beforehand, so we're all prepared for it. I talked to 4 different people on 4 different municipalities. One has cut it right back. One has gotten rid of it because of it was the type of questions, and it was somebody coming similar to what the mayor said, but with people coming with similar things that were not solvable, and they couldn't. And I don't want to put myself or any other council member in that position. We all have personal emails. We all have phone numbers. I mean, if we want to have possibly a community hall meeting somewhere sometime and have people do it, we did it with the OPP thing. But as far as doing this, one person's going to ask a question, and they have 2 minutes, and they may want an answer from us. And I just don't know that we can always give them the answer. And I like to be prepared. I mean, when somebody even phones me at home and asks me questions, I always say, if I know the answer, I tell them. Otherwise, I say, you know what? I need a little more time, and I have to talk to staff, or I have to talk to somebody about something, and then I can get back to you. And I mean, there's consent on the consent agenda today. There's a couple on there that the people said to me, well, I would like, and I said, just send it to mayor and council. When you send it to mayor and council, it comes to all of us. We read it. We have a chance to discuss it. We put it forward to staff if we need to. I can't vote in favor of it.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor McIntyre.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm 2 minds on it. I think for sure it's got to go back for a staff report to give us more information. I think possibly we look at a limited amount of this kind of activity, perhaps the first council meeting of every month, rather than every council meeting. Having said that, okay, well, every second, whatever. But I just don't think we need so much question period, as we're going to line up. 20 people may have a question. I don't know, how do you limit that? In the case of one of we've got put over to the end, our F4 today about declaration, we could have 24 people come in and ask a question. We could take up an inordinate amount of time on it. But I think if we're asked a question in the sense that someone wants to know about whatever, and we may not know anything about it, we're caught off guard, as Member Cox said. You have to have a little more information on it before you can even entertain a question of that nature. I don't think we should be able to, at that time, then make snap decisions on any of that. I'm not against having the motion by Member Mennings. I'm probably going to have a better idea of it after staff comes back and uses comparative townships and other places that say it's working well for them or it's not working for them so well. It's a lot to ask us as a council to sit here and field a lot of questions from people that we don't know anything about the subject matter. So a staff report's important to me, and maybe not every council meeting should we do it.
I would. You might as well get all the comments in that, because I know you want to respond, and that's fair enough. Well, I fully appreciate the idea of trying to make things a little more democratic. God knows our democracy is under huge threats these days, all across the board. My experience with this kind of thing has not been good in the past. Like the deputy mayor has said, and even when I get a phone call, I like to at least be prepared for an issue before it comes to me. And I think that's only fair. It's for us to be able to represent people and prepare the way we should. But it's reminiscent for me of the old way we used to do input, which was through town hall meetings. And they were a disaster. They were an absolute disaster because what would happen is there would be 2 or 3 people in the back of the room that wanted to complain about something that, you know, they could have been anything, QAnon conspiracy, they could be anything, but somebody that was completely never going to agree with anything that we did or this council does. And all you do is just frustrate everyone else who's trying to learn and grow on a subject. So to me, if you want to talk to something, do a delegation. Secondly, there are other ways that I think we could explore where people can input. I'll give you an example. I have one here. We have here in Ontario what's called the Rural Ontario Institute. Their whole purpose is to lead the future through a network of belonging, innovation, and civic participation with our communities and with each other. So in essence, what they do is they gather they have, for instance, they have what they call a rural youth summit in September. It's based out of Belleville, but it's online as well. The ages are 15 to 35. That's what they consider youth. But anyway, the idea being that they gather people with interests together. And then I can see that translating into something like, say the residents of Severn were interested in a climate change committee, or they were interested in some other type of committee. They could approach us and we could sanction that. And then they could develop their ideas. They could work together. They could work with us and come forward in a more supportive, I think, in a healthier environment than this town hall kind of Q&A approach. And I don't know if council's open to that, but I think that's a brilliant way to go. Climate Caucus does very similar things with different communities of people, and they bring people together. There's lots of opportunities for people to learn and develop and practice in a democratic manner. And that can be brought down to the local level. So I can't go. The Q&A to me is just a bad way to go. B, I do not agree with the staff report. They're busy enough. I know enough about this to know I ain't gonna like any spin on this thing. I just don't think it's the right way to do it. So that's my thoughts. And now I will let you do your.
Thank you. Not a rebuttal. I would just like to speak to this and just to clarify. So it's not a 3 or 4 hour thing. It's a 10-minute question period. It doesn't all have to be negative, and it may not all be negative. Not all of the interactions and the calls and the conversations I have are that. It's about great ideas and hearing from people across the township. And for me as a counselor, and because we each vote on every single thing, delegation, report, whatever that comes to council, we have to have a really strong awareness and understanding of the entire township end to end. And I've been getting a really good education mainly on my ward, but unless something does come as in a delegation to council, then I don't have the opportunity to hear from other residents. And I am tasked with making decisions and doing votes based on the good of the entire township. That's why I think it's important to hear from people. I think to go into this thinking that everything will be a criticism or a complaint or something that will be held to make a decision, a snap decision, that's not the purpose of it. It's to build relationships and raise awareness for us. I do know that the mayor and the deputy in their roles have a great opportunity to get cross-section interactions from people across. And it's true that I do get a lot of emails that come to me and council. I'm talking about, I'm very much a communicator. I'm very much a face-to-face, and the communication and that personal interaction, that to me is where the opportunity is for council. So I just thought I would bring it forward, but it's certainly not meant at all to disadvantage council. It was meant that at only council meetings, not at committee meetings, this being a committee meeting, to allow a 10-minute portion for people to come forward up to 10 minutes, and then it's cut off regardless of whether there's 20 people in a line or 50. It's just meant to have someone come and speak for 2 minutes maximum, and just to talk to us. It's to give us ideas and to have a sense. I don't think if any person coming here and speaking for 2 minutes is going to be enough to upset how council runs or is governed, or anything. So I'm not looking at it from a negative. I'm looking at it from the cup is half full, and we have an opportunity to continue to do more outreach and invite people not just to come to listen to us at council meetings, but to actually participate in the process. So that's what I had to say. Thank you. Back to the chair.
Thank you. Any further comments? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I get where you're coming from, but with having a meeting on a Wednesday at 9 o'clock in the morning, that deters everybody but a retired person to come. It's not a fair open quorum. People can't, you know what I mean? Like there could be, somebody could want to come, a child could want to come. We had them with the chicken thing. She had chickens and cold water, and there was a bylaw that said you couldn't have chickens. And she came at night and she made a presentation to us, and that was good. And I think if you do have ideas. I can't see anything wrong with someone emailing all of us or emailing one and me and saying, I've got this idea. Well, that's great. Then send it to us and make a delegation and we can discuss it. Because I think it's there, but I don't think just randomly it's there. I think, and especially at 9 o'clock on a Wednesday morning, like, or 10 o'clock on a Wednesday morning, because people just are at work. They aren't able to get here for that. So there may be other avenues we could look at, but I still believe the best way to do it is to send us emails, CC everybody on them, and then you do it. And we have so many different events that we get to go to, and we get to meet people and talk to them. And that's how I have over the years, even before I became a deputy mayor. Like, I went to the Washago events, the Washago parades, and through that I would, stand in a social thing, eating cake and drinking coffee and chatting with people, because that's where you're going to get what you're looking for. Of all the years I've been on council, ladies, you're my second most persistent. Ian Crichton was a first one, and he came till he became a member of council. And they were at night, and it was convenient, but it's just not something people would prefer. I think most people would prefer to talk in a social setting. Even our OPP ones, there were quite a few people there, but not a lot of them spoke, because some people are very uncomfortable just speaking forward like that. They would rather just sort of stand there, and then they half listen to you, and then they kind of get into your circle and go, oh yeah, well, I thought about that too. And I think that's more of a relaxed way to do it. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Maybe it was just that they had a gun.
Thank you. Through the chair, and Member Cox is right. The biggest fear that people have is coming to speak in person. And again, I'll go back to, if they don't get the right answer, they're going to come to council. They're going to be upset. And I'll give you an example. We're all very approachable. I've been here for 14 years. Anyone that has an issue speaks more freely one-on-one. And I'll give you an example. Yesterday, a man came to my place of business, waving his hands, yelling, screaming, and I didn't say anything. He was upset. Do we really want to have a resident sitting here upset? And then now that we're on YouTube, because he's so upset because he didn't get the right answer. And I'm going to tell you, I went over to staff after lunch, and he's telling me one thing. And see, we wouldn't have an answer for him because we didn't speak to staff beforehand. Just let me read you what he told me. He had approval from upper level of government. But and I'm just going to read you a portion of it, and there's no names in here. It says, it is the applicant's responsibility to ensure that the approved work meets the requirements of all federal, which he had, and provincial agencies and the local municipality. He has no approval
And I didn't know the answer. I said I would get the answer. So my fear is here we're going to have people that, yes, we're responsible to our residents. We won't have an answer for that person. That person is even going to be more upset because we're not giving them an answer. Yes, we're all transparent. We never hide anything from anyone, nor would I. None of us would. We're at a level of government where they know where we live, they know where we work, and I welcome them. They can come and speak to me anytime. They can phone me anytime. Member Minnings, you text me at night on a Saturday night. You didn't say hello. You text me and just asked me a question. Got right back to you. That's the type of person I am, right? That's what I do. And that's what we all do. Now to ask for a staff report, our staff are so busy and they're going to come back with a report and it's not going to change anything. Like, I'm sorry, like your intentions are great. And I thank you for bringing it forward, but I honestly can't vote in favor of it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Further comments? Yes, Councillor McIntyre.
I just remember an old girl who was running a big city in Mississauga, and she used to say at the end of every meeting, if anybody present or any member of the public wants to say something, step forward. So I think Member Minnings has kind of turned my thoughts a little bit towards that. It worked for her for a long time. I mean, it's not that you're an old girl, Mr. Mayor, but I think, you know, maybe if you limit it to 10 minutes, maybe, and we engage with the public at that time and then get on with their meeting. Judith pointed out, Member Cox pointed out at 9 o'clock in the morning, nobody's going to come anyway because they're all old people and they're not going to. So, well, it's you said retirees. Yeah. Well, my point is, I don't think if we had a 10-minute every kind of open session that we're going to be overrun, first of all, and if we are, we'll have to rethink it. But I'm kind of leaning towards Member Minning's thoughts on this one.
No further comments? A motion, please.
So turn on my own microphone. Motion per Member Minning's report, and I didn't put the whole thing in, but I put most of it. So it'd be that the council procedural bylaw be amended to include a question period at regular monthly council meetings whereby members of the public have the opportunity to ask questions of council or make comments.
Yeah, mover, please. Seconder? Oh, we have a question. Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, to the chair, to Allison, were you going to include a staff report? I think that was mentioned, or do this motion and see how it goes?
That would be up to council to give that consensus and direction. Just so council knows, and that if this were to pass, that means that I'm going to develop it out, just put it in an amending bylaw and it'll come on an agenda. I'm going to tell you now, it would not be ready for tomorrow's council agenda that goes out tomorrow. So it would be a future implementation. If this passes, and it's just going to come as an amending bylaw. I'll do my research reflective of Member Minning's report, because that's where council's direction would be, and it would roll forward from there. And you'd go from there. Just from staff's perspective, I do think if council does put this through without a staff report, it is my responsibility to let you know that I have lived with this. I worked for Innisfil for years when they had this. It works well sometimes, and it can lead to your frequent flyers and to some of the others not coming forward. It can also lead, we'd have to be very careful how it's described on agendas. It is a registration-based open forum. In every municipality, there's no walk up and talk. You show up before the meeting, you put your name on a list, and it's clerked. But there's nothing beyond bullet points that are put in the agenda or in the minutes. So it's 5 people appeared, because their names are not kept on the record either. It's 5 people appeared with respect to dogs at large, with respect to shooting in rural areas, with respect to speeding on this item. And it just That's it. There's no. Yeah, I just want to make sure from staff's perspective, I'm concerned that council doesn't know the scope of what's going to happen. But I'm happy to lay that out in the amending bylaw and council can talk to it when we bring it forward.
Let me ask that. You've made you want to stand on that motion as it stands now? Okay, seconder was Councilor. Yeah. All in favor?
Sorry, I didn't get who the seconder was, sir.
Jim McIntyre.
McIntyre?
Oh, it was Jim.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So the motion that's being voted on is Member Minning's original motion.
Yes.
That the procedural bylaw be amended to include a question period at regular monthly council meetings whereby members of the public have the opportunity to ask questions of council or make comments with no staff report.
Again, all in favor? Just
Sir, thank you, and a recorded vote too, just for my purposes.
Certainly.
All right. All in favor?
Oh, no, that'll be me that calls that now, Member Brennan. So it'll, as a recorded vote.
You're gonna go through the room. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, recorded vote requested by Member Minnings. So Member Minnings, for or against?
For.
Okay, Member McIntyre, for or against?
For.
Member Brennan, for or against? Member Jansen is absent. Member Taylor, for or against?
For.
Member Cox, for or against?
Against, as we already have delegations.
Okay. And Member Burkett.
Against. Against.
Okay, so I believe I got everyone.
Yes.
So that is, right. The vote is tied, so therefore it's lost.
And I'll hand the chair back to the.
Yes.
To Wanda.
Okay, so I will resume the chair. Thank you very much, Member Brennan. We are now going back, are we not, to the items that we pulled? Okay, now there was quite a list, so I'm just going to go to my notes. I think we're starting with item D2.2, and that is AMO. That's the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. OMA, Ontario Municipal Association, Joint Resolution Campaign. Sorry, Ontario Medical Association, Joint Resolution Campaign on Physician Shortage.
And if I may speak to that.
Yeah, Member Brent. So Member Cox pulled it.
Oh,
so
go
we'll
ahead.
start with her and then
You
we'll
did
go
both.
to Member Brennan.
Okay, I would just like to support this because after what we saw today, there is a shortage and the healthcare system itself is in crisis. So I'm hoping council will help support it. Thank you.
Member Brennan.
Thank you. Yes, I had the pleasure on August 20th at the AMO to represent us in a delegation to the Ontario Medical Association associated with this resolution. Melanie called in. You met her this morning. She called in by phone. She was a superstar there. I did an intro and Melanie dazzled with her amazing grip on the issues, but it was really interesting because they had to break their panel into two different panels. They had literally hundreds of requests for delegations, and in some cases, multiple townships presenting to them. So we got 15 minutes each. And so it was interesting that way. A lot of they told us that they had heard, in essence, the same thing from virtually everyone, except when Melanie talked to them about physician retention, which she spoke to earlier today. It was the first time, they said, that they heard about the challenges with regard to physician retention. So that communication, I felt, was very positive on our behalf. I was amazed that they actually said that. And Melanie did a great job. Anyway, in line with that, this petition is put, the only thing on the petition, there's an optional part for the Northern Ontario that can come out of it, but it's pretty basic and straightforward. And it's an appeal to the province to help us out where they can. And I would, like the deputy, I would hope this council would support that resolution going through. All kinds of municipalities in Ontario have already engaged in submitting this. Thank you.
Member Cox?
Sorry. Through the chair, Member Brennan, I kind of think we should leave the Northern Ontario medicine, and just to say, because those communities are suffering as much as the rest of us.
I didn't know if you'd want it because we're really, I don't consider
And they increased, I think, did they not increase the capacity for people to apply up there too? I think they did. Anyway,
think they did,
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
No, I always think of Northern Ontario as anything north of the French, so I didn't know whether or not you'd want that. Okay, good one.
Okay, thank you. Over to the clerk. Sorry, I have a question. When items are pulled, are we doing a motion? Okay, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Over to you for a motion.
Thank you. I will use the one that was actually attached to the correspondence that AMO actually crafted. So the motion reads, whereas the state of healthcare in Ontario is in crisis with 2.3 million Ontarians lacking access to a family doctor, emergency room closures across the province, patients being derostered, and 40% of family doctors considering retirement over the next 5 years. And whereas it has become increasingly challenging to attract and retain adequate healthcare workforce throughout the healthcare sector in Ontario. And whereas the Northern Ontario School of Medicine University says communities in Northern Ontario are short more than 350 physicians, including more than 200 family doctors, and half the physicians working in Northern Ontario are expected to retire in the next 5 years. And whereas Ontario municipal governments play an integral role in the healthcare system through responsibilities in public health, long-term care, paramedicine, and other investments. And whereas the percentage of family physicians practicing comprehensive family medicine has declined from 77 in 2008 to 65% in 2022. And whereas per capita healthcare spending in Ontario is the lowest of all provinces in Canada. And whereas a robust workforce developed through a provincial sector-wide human resources strategy would significantly improve access to health services across the province. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Severn urges the province of Ontario to recognize the physician shortage in the Township of Severn and Ontario, and to fund healthcare appropriately and ensure every Ontarian has access to physician care.
Thank you. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. Item D.2.3. Item D.2.3, David Thompson requests to fill ditch. Over to Member Cox, please.
Through the chair, Member Jansen has talked to me about this too, so I'm speaking on behalf of two of us. I understand the worry of the plug block culverts, but I also understand, and I could be wrong, that if ditches flood, that could affect the integrity of the road. So if we had culverts, they wouldn't be as bad. But anyway, I'm just saying this man has reached out to us. He has a lot of people there already. If there's a way we could do this, he's willing to pay for it all. I understand his worry about hiring somebody if the ditch is like that and they get hurt. It's his responsibility. He has bad knees. I've seen him walk. And I personally haven't got a problem with it. I understand you do, but I have a question too. Is if we decided we were going to put sidewalks in, what do we do with those ditches? Do we put culverts in so they're covered up?
Okay, over to Director Burke, please, for a response.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And that was a perfect segue to a solution. So the first thing to recognize is we have a lot of rural roadside style of roadways in the urban environment. So Brick Pond, for instance, and John Street, and you name it, most of them are rural. And rural means that they have a roadside ditch. Hopefully it comes from the center of the road, makes its way past the shoulder into the lower section of the ditch, and will make its way to outlet. That's an ideal world. And this is to drain the subgrade, the granulars, the stuff that makes the road strong, which makes it last longer, or the way it should through its life. Filling those in without adequate design or provision for the water to actually leave the roadway, enter the drainage structure, move through the system to outlet, causes saturation, and you'll see a number of areas that are significantly, damaged as a result of standing water. The water not making its way off the road and out of the granulars. The solution is to urbanize, is to semi-urbanize, is to take the approach of reconstruction that properly addresses the drainage, gets the drainage off of the roadway via a catch-based system every 45 meters or so, alongside curb and gutter collection systems, which is similar to a swale or a ditch, but it's on the surface, and make its way into storm sewer systems to outlet. That is what this community seems to want. Seems to not want to have ditches in their front yard. It obviously looks and is easier to maintain without a roadside ditch. But if you don't want a roadside ditch, you need some kind of alternative that mirrors our engineering standards throughout the province, standards with the Ontario provincial standards that most municipal officials reference. That is the next solution. So we actually do have a proposal. It was in the Transportation Master Plan to urbanize and reconstruct Brick Pond Road, which is very close to John Street at this location. Because what we've found is over the years, there's been a lot of requests for infilling the ditch. And it's happened throughout a number of locations. I think Mayor Mike had noted that we have done this in the past, although a very poor practice to, randomly select areas to fill in the ditch without a proper design. And that's resulting in a recommendation to urbanize. So we're recommending to proceed with design of an urbanized environment instead along Brick Pond, and we could consider the same for John.
Supplemental. So when?
Yeah, through the chair. Capital projects go through the budget process. And so in 2025 capital plan, you'll see the recommendations that stem from the Transportation Master Plan for urbanization of Brick Pond, not John, but we could talk about that during budget deliberations. But staff stands still that this is not the request here at John Street. Does not reflect best practices for drainage, does not promote drainage of the road network in a way that sustains the network, and is not recommended to be approved.
Okay, so if we're not going to do this, or you recommended not to do this, so I still have a problem with it. If we've done it other ways, and I mean, we're not going to even go near John Street till 2026 or 27. All right. Well, let's.
Okay, member Burkett, please.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. We did this years ago, Derek, not knowing the implications. And I think what I want to ask you is, it says here in his words, David's words, that I'm informed the township no longer wants to fill in ditches due to potential blockages. So the ones that we do have now, what are we running into from a staffing level with these hidden ditches? Maybe just explain to council, please.
Yeah, through the chair, that brings up, another point where we have a number of service requests. One that's very active right now in the Marchmont area that we're dealing with, where there's been a request for infilling of the ditch. The homeowner has infilled the ditch either through a contracted service or through the township at a paid service in the past, and has now resulted in, the foundation drain collection system, the outlet of, the homeowner's drainage system for their basement, for their footing, is blocked because, the natural drainage of a lower depressed land would have received that overland flow at any given moment, including a freeze up condition. And now it's directly piped into the side of a 10-inch or 12-inch piece of plastic pipe and is freezing and blocked. And so we're remedying a lot of these and taking them out in lieu of a real roadside ditch that accommodates the water.
Supplementary, Madam Chair, if I may. Derek, is there any way we could help this man out, David, out by is it making the ditch a little more, thank you, to make it so he could at least cut it to make it look presentable? Everybody takes pride in their property and how they cut their grass. Is there something that we can do for them if we can't put a hidden ditch in? And I'm not sure. I haven't been out there to have a look.
Yeah, so the grade's usually set by the initial design, whether it be from the 80s, the 70s, this area probably was around that range. And they have a cascading effect of height. So, your outlet is here and you work your way up, and, you don't want to artificially raise one because you'll impact the upstream neighbor. That is what we do as a routine ditching operation, a drainage maintenance operation. So we have actually performed quite a bit of drainage maintenance along Brick Pond and along John in the last year and a half. We're restoring that to make sure that it remains dry as it can, but roadside ditches are often wet and often difficult to cut. That is the nature of the rural roadside ditch.
Supplementary, if I may, I thought maybe if we just slope a less of a slope, leave the depth so it flows, but I don't know. I don't know the area with it, and I'm sure.
Thank you. Over to, so we'll go to Member Brennan and then Member Taylor. Thank you.
Just to highlight, I have had 2 requests with regard to steep ditches for the newly paved Carleon line. I was on one property a week ago Saturday, and I haven't yet made any requests to the department over that, but I think we have to consider that whatever we're saying here is going to be precedent setting. And, like I've got exactly the same circumstances that are described by this gentleman in his letter, only a longer stretch. I think it's about 150 feet or more. And again, it's pride of the property is meticulous, so I get it. And there's no way you could mow it. And a whippersnapper, you'd probably still take your toes off if you're not wearing safety boots. So it's like, it's a difficult one, I agree. But I just want to caution that what's good for the goose is good for the gander here. And this is just the beginning of things. If we're going to go down that road or find some other solutions, that's all. I just want to put that forward.
Thank you. Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. When did we stop filling the ditches in? Because that's fairly recent. Am I correct? It's within 5 years, 3 years?
Yeah, through the chair, I think probably about actually a little longer than that. We had a policy where basically you could pay to infill the ditch. The challenge with that is we consistently seen very, very poor results of that immediately. The roadside would saturate. There'd be standing water on the roadside in these areas. And so in a recent update to the engineering standards, we certainly have formally removed that, but we haven't done them in approximately 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, and just further what Member Brennan was saying, in Port Severn or Port Bush Crescent, that's been requested by about 2 or 3 landowners there, and but they're saying that you've been back there ditching there all the time, and what's the difference burying it versus a ditch? And as further, we've had requests up at Georgian Heights as well, so it's going to happen. The requests will be all over the township, and I don't see why we couldn't do it in some circumstances, like on Point Bush Court and Port Severn.
Thank you very much. Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The director is probably aware that I spoke to him about a matter of the similar that Councillor Brennan spoke about on Canal Road. We have another one on Cambrian Road that's treacherously deep, approaching Canal Road from the south. So I just want to agree with Member Brennan that we open this up, it's going to be difficult, but at the same time, just now hearing from Member Taylor, is there no exceptions in any? I mean, I don't want to open it up so that we're going to be in a bad spot. However, this guy on Canal Road's got a magnificent house and a great big ugly old ditch on the street, and it's just not. It kind of doesn't look good. And we did it. We dug the ditch out. So, is there anything that can be done?
Yeah, so through the chair, and this is good that we're thinking systemically, right? So we have 425 kilometers of road. Of that, we only have a handful, less than a couple of kilometers of actually truly urban road settings. So that would be where you would have full closed ditches. And you can replace a ditch or any of that sort of matter with a storm sewer. So the storm sewer are pipes. They're kind of similar to sanitary sewers and water mains. They're infrastructure. They take a lot more cost per linear kilometer to install and maintain and outlet to suitable outlet. That level of infrastructure, though, generates a nice, smooth, flat, grassed lawn up to your front door, like in the urban settings of the cities and more developed areas. Any one of our developers have created a similar condition. You'll look at Greenwood Landings or Turnbull Subdivision, Sea Ridge in Minoke. These roads are developed as an urban standard. They're very expensive per linear kilometer, but they do generate a nice smooth transition from road up to grade to the home. And so there are options. They're very expensive options, and they're probably not reasonable in the rural road setting.
Okay, any other comments? So I would like to. I'm actually in shock that everyone's experienced this. I thought it was just me. I've received 11 calls in the last 5 weeks since the township was out to scrape out the ditches on Lakeside Drive in Cumberland Beach. I have photos and an email set to go to you talking about algae and bacteria growth and just the health concern, the West Nile. Yeah, you would just have to do a simple Google search to know that standing water in ditches is a real health concern. And I realize it could be an expensive fix, and what isn't. However, now knowing that the scope is not just, my little stretch of Lakeside Drive. And yesterday, after I spoke to you, well, there was the gravel truck out there and the township big bucket construction thing, scraping out the ditches, putting the soil in the construction trucks, taking it away. There were 3 township trucks. It's still not cheap to do that work. I understand that the resources are being used to keep those ditches scraped. Where my email to the township came in, and further to some of these comments, is including my own spouse, furious about the look of our front lawn now, but also other neighbors, etc. That hence all these photos that have been sent to me saying that our front lawn, pride of ownership, it was beautiful. Now the bucket does not cut a nice smooth piece of grass. There's grass, there's mud, and now there's more standing water than there were. And I think it is a problem and comes with a price tag and probably something more, but certainly in areas where we have neighborhoods. I don't know about the rural. You mentioned something about that. I haven't had any complaints about people in rural settings. That's one. The other complaint I got were from 2 landscape companies that are hired by homeowners, not us, my family, but people, certainly people who use their homes as either cottages or they live there, elderly people who use these landscaping companies to mow the ditches, to do all of that. And now those can't be used. And as well on Lakeside, the township has I don't know if you call it an easement, but owns property up a steep hill, and the homeowners always maintain that. It's a hazard trying to turn onto Highview because the weeds get high and the growth there, but it's always been maintained by the homeowners. And now they can't get their lawnmowers up there because there's 4 feet or so of mud and then a wet ditch that's full of swamp water. So residents, even if they wanted to keep them clean, couldn't. So I think awareness, and, thank you to Mr. Thompson for writing, because similar to my previous thing about having question period, it's an opportunity for us all to be aware of things, whereas before, up until 10 minutes ago, I had thought it was just in my street. So I think it's something, and I think we need to address it as a township. And I don't know what that means going forward, staff report or something, but we do have a problem, and we need to keep our residents. We all want to live here, and we all like our homes, and our front lawns are our calling card. But when I have out of town company that's go look and point at the mess of the street on both sides and go, what the hell? It's a problem, and it wasn't there a month or 2 ago. Thank you. I don't know if you want to respond. It's an
So-
overall statement.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
Well, through the chair, and yeah, we want to recognize all of those things, including the point of pride. I like that, like the calling card is the front yard, because that's true. You know, that is very true. That's why a lot of our work is so impactful. You know, just to on the maintenance side, when we do come in, we do make a bit of a mess, and that's very fair. When we are finished, it takes a bit of time to go back, and we do additional hydro seed and regular seeding to restore the vegetation. The vegetation actually helps a lot to keep the works that we just completed preserved. We aren't over digging ditches, right? Like, so a lot of people think that we're going too deep, or that is way deeper now. They can't get in, they can't get back out with their lawnmower. All of those grades are set by the driveway culverts, generally speaking, and outlets. So we're really just matching the invert elevation of those. But what we can do is, you know, communicate better where we're going to be, make sure that we get in, tidy up, and get out. If we want to convert more areas from rural roadside environments, especially in the settlement boundaries, to urban, it's going to cost some money, but it's certainly doable. This has all been reflected in the transportation master plan, where we've identified very clearly the roads that we think are an urban characteristic. They have, you know, a fairly consistent developed envelope, a lot of homes, a lot of driveways, a lot of interaction with the public, that requires some additional features like pedestrian access, you know, a sidewalk one side in some areas, you know, drainage collection systems, storm sewers, so that you can have catch basins and you can have front lawns that go straight up to the front doorstep of the home. Those are all things that we will pursue over time. And it started already with the transportation master plan and the engineering design guidelines and trying to fund all of this, but it still doesn't tie back to a setting where you're in the rural road setting, you're miles away from your neighbor. There's lots of room between you and the roadside and your home, and a roadside ditch kind of is a very economical solution to drainage.
Member Cox.
Yeah, but that's not what Brick Pond is. Sorry, Brick Pond is more, I don't know, I guess you wouldn't call it urban. It's about as urban as you're going to get. My issue is I get that everybody wants their lawn to look nice. I mean, I have a ditch too, but mine isn't bad. It's a slope enough to mow it. You don't worry about it. I would just maybe like John or somebody go out and talk to Mr. Thompson and explain this to him and look at his ditch, because if it's dangerous, and like he says, he doesn't want to hire somebody because if they get hurt. So I would just like someone to go out and not just say because it's been blocked or something. I just would like someone to talk to him and tell him, this is what it is. This is what we're going to be doing. You know, there is hope or something, but give them sort of a better understanding that we just all got.
And through the chair, on a very individual basis on this particular item pulled, absolutely.
Could
You know,
you do that?
we will
Okay.
reach out again, and we have, you know,
He did talk to the other person, but the other person left. So
very frequent conversations with this particular property owner. We've been very firm and consistent in our response, and we will definitely go and have another.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I can ask, but thank you very much. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. No shortage of work with roads and bridges and everything. So thank you. Do we have a motion? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the motion reads that the correspondence from David Thompson regarding a request to fill the ditch be received, and that the request be denied, but that staff follow up with Mr. Thompson directly.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by member Brennan, seconded by member Taylor. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. Okay, we're on item D 2.4, Jen Cruz, request for an off-leash dog park. And member Cox, please.
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Belfry, I just wondered if you could get in touch with Ms. Cruz and explain to her that we're going to be having that fairground meeting and that she should come to that and explain her desire for a dog park. If she could, if that's important to her, she should come to that meeting and put forth her ideas. Is that okay? Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, most definitely we can reach out. That's not a problem.
Okay, over to our clerk, please, for a motion.
Thank you. The motion reads that the correspondence from Jen Cruz requesting an off-leash dog park be received, and that Ms. Cruz be directed to participate in the Coldwater Fairgrounds Master Plan discussion.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by member McIntyre, seconded by member Cox. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. The next item is item D 2.5. Jenny and Len Leduc dock naming. Over to member Taylor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you see the email there from Jen and Leonard Leduc from Port Severn. They sent this email, and I've also had a couple other requests from people that live in the area. Leonard's family goes back that his father actually ran a guide dock, the guide boat out of this dock, and he's renovating the boat as we speak. On June 26th, Tracy, in her sign strategy, singled this one out, and I'm hoping that the committee will agree that we put some funds aside to put a historical sign there at this location, highlighting the history of that dock that goes back 100 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any discussion? No. Over to Madam Clerk, please, for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, member Cox.
So we're not asking to have the dock called the guide dock. We're just asking for a little bit of a history plaque.
No, I'm asking that the motion should say that Kelly's Landing Dock and Launch be renamed to the guide dock. And the sign is to include local historical information, which hopefully staff, either through Tracy or Craig, can get some information on the sign. That's the request.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a motion?
Yes, the motion reads that the Kelly's Landing Boat Dock and Launch be renamed the Guide Dock, and a sign is to include local historical information.
Thank you very much. Do I have a mover? Moved by member Burkett, seconded by member Taylor. All in favor? Thank you, and carried.
Thank you.
This item is mine, so I will ask member Brennan to take this chair role, please.
All right. Bring her on.
Thank you. So what you'll see in this item is a letter to the clerk, but to Mayor and Council from Nancy Epps on Lakeside Drive regarding traffic calming measures on Lakeside Drive. There has been, and it's not the first time we're hearing this, about the speed and the concerns on Lakeside Drive from Bramshot to Cumberland Road. It is a fairly quick drive now, and point taken in previous discussions around the road being mostly repaved since some sewer work went in December. It's a really quick racetrack, and people do use it quickly. One thing I would like to do is, I know that in other jurisdictions, the traffic calming policies have been amended somewhat because the volumes in the traffic volumes and the number of cars and all of these studies as written in our traffic calming bylaw that we just put through recently require almost like a Main Street kind of traffic before you see anything to slow traffic down. And on Lakeside Drive, I believe that once the Turnbull subdivision and the building permits are fully issued and that everyone is moved in there, that we will see another 200 or 300 cars easily go by Lakeside Drive, and it will just be getting busier. Right now, we still have speed as a factor. On the street, we do have our rush hours, sort of between 7:30 in the morning to about 9, and then again anywhere from 3:30 to about 5:30, where the roads are very congested and busy, without sidewalks, without shoulders. And because of the recent ditch work, now extra mud, we're very concerned about all the pedestrians, the mums, the strollers, etc., now having to walk the 1.8 kilometers down that stretch. The other thing I noticed, and this is a question for Director Burke, is that on Lakeside Drive this portion from Cumberland to Bramshot, there are speed signs posted and they're 50 kilometers an hour. And that just struck me a week or so ago when I was walking, because on the part of Lakeside that I live on, just immediately south of there, it is not a walk-to area. It's not a through street, and our speed signs are 40 kilometers an hour. So I think maybe a quick interim measure in consideration together with these traffic poles, just to stop behaviors and correct behaviors, I guess, would be to also change the street signs to 40 also. And that with pedestrians will really make a difference in sending the message through that this is not an 80 kilometer an hour zone.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I think, so first the request was for some form of traffic calming. So I think right off the hop, running it through the policy won't necessarily say that it won't meet the criteria. I think you have to do a review for that. And I certainly support that. And we can start the efforts to do that. The reason it's probably 50 is mostly because I'm just checking the map, the entire area, all of West Shore for that matter, in these rural residential areas are 50 by a Highway Traffic Act de facto setting. This was probably not overly analyzed. It was 50 kilometers an hour in the Highway Traffic Act. It's been posted as such all the way through. There would have been a specific request on Cumberland to the schools. So the schools, the community safety zone being 40. There's also 40 on Highview, and a very small stretch along Lakeside at the bottom. And that probably was a petition or request to council at some time, probably years ago. So I think it's prudent to do two things. One, a speed limit review study, see if it does mirror our posted speed limit review and meets the criteria for either a 40 or a 50. And on top of that, do some traffic calming procedures there to see what kind of features would be most appropriate there. But it would run through the traffic calming policy is recommended for us.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes. Councilor McIntyre, please.
Through the chair, just a quick question. Do you have a traffic count on that road?
The closest traffic count in that area would suggest that you're about 600 cars a day.
Further questions?
Okay, so the motion reads that the correspondence from Nancy Epps requesting traffic calming poles on Lakeside Drive be received and referred for a staff report.
Mover Jim McIntyre. Wanda, seconder. All in favor? She passes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take the chair rollover again. Okay, we're on item D, 2.7, petition, request for improvements at the intersection of Carleon Line and Cambrian Road. And who is speaking to that is, that's Member Cox.
Through the chair to Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke, and I've talked about this. I see that they have been up cutting, but no offense, they need to cut more. I mean, I went and I was like, edge. I didn't know if a larger stop sign would help. And did we find out how many accidents have been there?
So through the chair, two things. You're right. We've only started our operation. What we're looking to do there is similar to basically all intersections in Severn is try to cut back to a stopping site distance from the intersection, because the one is a stop direction. And that will involve going on to private property. So we're reaching out to the private property owners, making sure we can get on there safely, take some of the vegetation down and restore those sight lines. So that's underway. We also performed a review of the stop sign dimensions, and while they do meet the guide for our Ontario Traffic Manual, we certainly do have the opportunity to make them the larger size. So that's the category 2, 75 centimeters by 75 centimeters, and we do have those in stock. So I think that's the next appropriate action for the intersection. And statistically, I have data from the last roads needs study. This didn't highlight as a significant concern when we did our traffic or transportation master plan. The 2 intersections, actually 3, I guess, in the township that did raise a red flag for the consultant and was put onto the work item to consider some level of improvement was Burnside Line and Division Road and Utah Line, and potentially Sturgeon Bay and Gray Street. Those are the 3. This one was not raised a red flag for collision history, but I haven't got the new data like as of this year.
Well, if you're going to do that, clean up that vegetation thing and put up the sign, then let's start with that, and we can let Mrs. Jocelyn know, and she can let the people in the petition know, and that we're working on it, and this is what we'll do right now. Is that okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more discussion, may we have a motion, please?
Certainly, that the petition regarding a request for improvements at the intersection of Carleon Line and Cambrian Road be received and the staff undertake the necessary maintenance works.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor and carried. Thank you. No, 2 more. We have item D 2.8, the Township of Emo, the operational budget funding. And Member Cox.
This seemed to be important to me. They gave Toronto money, provincial funding, to cover a deficit, and I believe that we should all be treated fairly, and I believe that with our aging infrastructure, our bridges and our roads and things that are happening, we need to have some sustainable, permanent type of funding so that we know how to make our plan, our budgets, and we know how to be able to operate our municipalities. We have to start to dump more on our residents and taxation, and that's not fair. And I believe that the Ontario government needs to step up to the plate and give us that long-term sustainable, well, they have for policing too, but for sure on the aging infrastructure. So I'm just hoping that we can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? No, may we have a motion, please?
Okay, the motion is that the Council of the Township of Severn supports the resolution from the Township of Emo requesting that the province of Ontario treat all municipalities fairly and provide equivalent represented operational budget funding amounts to all Ontario municipalities.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor and carried. Thank you. And the last formal agenda item, D 2.9, Township of Georgian Bay SSEA review. And who pulled that? That was, oh, sorry, Member Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just as I'm glad that the Township of Georgian Bay got back and are supporting our motion. And I just want to make it loud and clear to all the members of Severn Sound that Township of Severn is solidly behind them. And we have an upcoming quarterly meeting, and hopefully we can get that out, copy to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking to that. May we have a motion?
Certainly, the motion reads that the Township of Severn supports the motion from the Township of Georgian Bay, being C 2024-244, dated July 8th, 2024, and SSEA and partners be copied.
Thank you. And may I have a mover? Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor? And carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we at the reports for the? Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm just scrolling here. Committee member updates. Let's start with Ward 1. Member Taylor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll start with the Quarter Mill. First, I'd like to thank his fire department made a call there on Monday, and I want to thank Director of Fire Lowell for showing up at the mill. Very professional, nothing but positive response from our mill chairman there. So thank you for coming out to the mill and having a good tour of the mill. And it ended up being a defective smoke alarm that brought the call there. So thank you for that. The mill has had two recent donations. One was some milling equipment from the estate of Dave Beckett, and we've gone and picked it up, and it's going to be on display at the mill. And the second donation was an 1890 safe from the North River General Store, and it's been donated by yours truly. It isn't on display in the office area and on the main floor of the mill. And thirdly, the mill is working with Severn Sound on the topic of Restore the Shore. We're getting shrubs and plants and guidance from Severn Sound for the Cowater River shore. So some good things happening there. Our AGM is Thursday, September the 19th at 5 p.m. Everyone is invited. And I'll remind everyone before that. And if you do want to come, please let me know and we can make sure we can accommodate with cookies and seats. Number two, the Severn Sound Environmental Association. Our next rescheduled quarterly meeting is Friday, September the 6th at 9:30. It's at the Wymarsh Wildlife Center. And if any of you are interested in going there, I can forward you some more information. The Matchadash Community Heritage Center is being used on a regular basis, and we're actively looking to fill with some more volunteers there. Fourth thing is I attended the AMO conference in Ottawa. It was well organized, very informative, excellent networking. And in fact, Councillor McIntyre and I met Minister Lumsden, the Minister of Sport, and he was very keen on hearing from us about the West Shore project. So it certainly won't hurt down the road by using Member McIntyre's connection to Minister Lumsden. It was very good. And the last element is the Seg Bay Golf Tournament. A huge success in Port Severn on August the 15th. And this was an excellent event all around, especially for one of our staff members, Aaron, that won the draw there. So it was very nice to be there, and we all had a great time all around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Member Brennan for Ward 3, please.
Yes, okay. You've already been updated on the Orillia and Lake Country recruitment, so we don't need to go there. For the Orillia District Chamber of Commerce, unfortunately, I was unable to attend the last meeting because they moved the meeting to the same time as one of our council meetings. And hopefully they won't do that again. I've already given them a tongue lashing over that. What I can tell you is that the mayor, deputy mayor, Laurie, and I will be working with the chamber this week on a draft letter that's being put together by the chamber in cooperation with municipalities, highlighting major concerns affecting businesses in our communities. And as always, we're hoping for outcomes. That draft letter will be addressed to the Premier of Ontario. As far as the Orillia and District Agricultural Society, there were some summer meetings. We had a job, rather boring job, if you will, updating the bylaws to meet the new legal requirements of the province. That being done, we can move on. Our main focus now is on delivering the biggest fall fair ever, including a midway, a pumpkin toss, and the whole 9 yards. You won't want to miss this one, and it's moved forward so as we're not competing with others. That's how we got the midway. So it'll be October 18th to 20th. So don't miss that one. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and do the Ward 4, if that's okay, and then go to the mayor and deputy. Yes, okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. And then I'm going to go before you. We'll go in order. Okay. Oh, it's been a long day. Okay, Ward 4. The Orillia Library Board, I sit on that committee. As you may know, we completed our performance plan recently for the CAO, who's a new CAO in position since the previous one retired. And the library continues to be just a great hub of activity. And I'm so grateful that the township does support it and that residents in Severn can be full members there. The other updates are from more social. We have a West Shore Events Committee that was struck last year. You'll remember they applied for a grant here at the township that we considered at budget time last year. And they are just completing a series of jamming in the park sessions mirrored mirrored closely to, I guess, the music sessions that happen at the mill in Coldwater. And we have youth. It's a youth event, and we have teachers and other people who are instrumental and musical who come out and sit at Timberline Park and play music Wednesday evenings. And that's been ongoing for the last 3 months. One really cool highlight is that on one of our streets, we have a YouTube superstar who has moved to the area and is on Spotify, etc. And it has been just amazing for the youth across Ward 4 to be able to jam with this 20-year-old who's written his own music, brings his electric guitars, lets others play with them, etc. So just thank you to Mayor and Council for approving that grant. It's really been impactful for the youth, and we're excited by that. Their third event is a Taylor Swift dance party, and that's a family-friendly event for kids and families, and that is happening September 14th. We also had 2 events from our 2 of our ratepayer groups. We have 3 ratepayer groups in Ward 4, but the Bayou Park ratepayers held their annual fundraiser on Saturday that just passed to raise money for all things. And that was very, very well attended, as it is every year. And the Cumberland Beach ratepayers are doing their very first fundraising event. And it's going to be a euchre tournament on September 21st, and it's on their website. And I really hope that people come out and support that and play euchre. It's going to be my first euchre tournament, and I'm really looking forward to it. Over to you, Member McIntyre for Ward 5, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just I'd like to reiterate what Mark said about meeting Neil Lumsden again, catching up with him, and I think he's a very solid connection for us. The golf tournament was marvelous, as all those who attended will attest to, and raised a great deal of money. And finally, just to be real brief, Washego auction from the Washego Art Club. The acrylic art was very well attended. Celebrity auctioneers Judith, the mayor, myself, and some other folks managed to raise a great deal of money. We haven't got a hard number on it, I don't think, yet, but it was a marvelous success. So it's about it from here.
Thank you. Over to, okay, we'll go to Mayor Burkett. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everyone for giving me July off. It was a wonderful month. I think I was out just about every day. Didn't get any holidays, but I enjoyed it. I loved it. Oh, we do get the winter. Yes, thank you. We went to AMO and we made a couple of good connections. As I said to Derek, I do have a connection for Hydro One, and I also spoke to Enbridge. We all did. Yeah, they asking them where these 400 hookups are going, and they're going to do a virtual tour. I said, well, the 27 million that the province had us meet in Washego back in 2020, it is still the 27 million, but because now they've changed the scope of the project, it may go through some limestone. And my response to them, wouldn't it be nice if you reached out to the municipality that you were funding and asked what type of rock or sand, because I could have told them what we had, and maybe anyways, they're going to do a virtual tour out of many discussions with them. Who else did we see? Rogers, we talked to, sorry?
That finished your quick, but
oh, did he?
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh. And we did talk to Rogers, and it looks promising. We did have a good discussion with them, and Madam CEO was with us, as well as the Hydro One. So she has her contact. I won't give it to you unless you need it. On Saturday, we did the Canoe for Cancer. Was it, Member Cox was there out at the chute, well attended on their kayaks. There had to be close to 100 that get on that carriage to go down to raise money. And I wrote my check out improperly. I just go to donate. I did do it one year. It took me 6 hours. Following a lady by the time we got to Lock 45. I won't do that again. she wouldn't hang on to my boat. The powwow in Rama was there, and it's very nice to see the District of Muskoka. There were a lot of representatives from the district there as well, which is nice to see as they support Chief Williams, who is an amazing chief. And of course, the art auction. And I didn't write down everything other than it was a very busy month. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Over to Deputy Cox.
Okay. AMO definitely was good. A lot of good social networking and meeting people. And when Enbridge, I have to tell them, when Enbridge Gas, I went by and I looked at them and I stopped and I said, "You're going to get the mayor from Severn as soon as he sees you." The girl knew him. She's been sending him emails. So they've already been talking about this for a while. So it was quite interesting. AMO itself, the one I enjoyed the most, I think, was the artificial intelligence. The gentleman from Innisfil, Michael Minsky, Derek, he was interesting. They have a big garbage can, and then it looks just like a regular big garbage can, but it goes down 14 feet under the ground. But they were always going and checking it. So now the AI tells them, this is the one you need to pick up. So you don't have to waste the man hours. They also had it on which roads needed to be, like in a storm, which roads had the ice on them and which ones they should go out to. It was really interesting. The woman did say, and I mean, you can go on the AMO site and the session is there, but the woman who was the head, like the main speaker of it, she did say that for work uses, it's excellent. Otherwise, it could be a whole scary moment of people taking your identity, those types of things. But as far as saving work time, to set it up and get it to do those types of things is very handy. And I was totally impressed with it. You went to it too, right? Yeah, and Lori did too. So it was really good. And because you didn't get to go, there's all the sessions and the information on it. So I got that for you because you don't want me to read it all out. From the county, this was talking about the member municipal IT services program, which I spoke to already. Their county positive aging strategy update. They're pulling together all their information. And I can send this out to everyone. Their alternate response, community alternate response engagement, it's a pilot project, and it's in partnership with the Canadian Mental Health Association. The county applied for it, and the Minister of Health was so intrigued by it that they've actually given them money for a pilot project. This is called the CARE Team, and it'll consist of a community paramedic and a Canadian Mental Health Association social worker trained to assess, provide mental health support, minor medical care, de-escalation. And then when they take them to the hospital, they don't just take them to the nearest hospital. They ensure they get to the hospital where they can get the mental health care, which I thought was excellent. So that is a real help. There was a letter from Bradford West Gwillimbury asking that the firefighters and the provincial police receive long-term service medals. They've asked that the paramedics also be included in that because of all the hard work they do. I also have an interesting invitation that I found in my emails. It's the Tourism Simcoe County Industry Partner Meeting, which I will let Becky and Tracy know about. It's going to be at Fern Resort, and anybody, I can forward you. It's free, and it's at Fern Resort on Tuesday, November the 19th, and it's in the morning, and it's going to be quite interesting. So if anybody, I'll send out the email. It's through Eventbrite, and you can just get a free ticket because I think it could be a very interesting thing. It's all about the different tourism that they're talking about, the craft beer industries and what draws people here. And I thought it would be good for Becky and Tracy with connecting with people. And that was the interesting part I liked about AMO the most. I got more cards and met more people who gave me ideas or said, call or give this to your staff. And I think that's a big reason why these conferences are so good. You really find out a lot of things. It was interesting that the Premier and the healthcare said they were going to put money out. The second round for recreation was put out. The second round for the water was put out. That was about it. But anyway, and I did the art auction and I promised myself I wouldn't buy a painting and I did. So, but it is very beautiful. Anyway, that was it, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Burkett.
Chair, so there was one thing I forgot, Craig, when I was walking around those booths. And Lori, I think, has the contact. You said you had it. We pulled you over to the community. There's a community center fund coming out again. If you're going green, and is that what it is? FCM. And I hope that you're all over that, please. Thank you.
It's on next week's agenda.
Okay.
Sorry, I just want to say, sorry, Madam Chair, these conferences, some of the sessions may not have been good. And I was at that AI one, but I was standing at the very back, so I missed the first part of it. But exactly what Member Cox said, like the talking and the people that you meet and the fact that you can actually speak to someone that's live that you may have had an email relationship with back and forth, but never put a face to it. And they sort of listen to you. They like you make those contacts. So, you know, even if you get one by going to these conferences, and if you can help, like if it helps your township or gives you time to make a better decision on some of the things that are on our agenda, it's worth it. And the fact that, you know, we never see each other than here at a council table, so we get that camaraderie, the bad ideas back and forth, right? Which is great. So thank you very much to everyone. I'm sorry you couldn't go, Member Minutes.
Member McIntyre.
I too forgot one. Sorry, Chair. Member Keller and I sat in on a session, a company called LEGP, and we had recently heard about Midland is no longer taking septage. This company, it's an American company, they can take septic waste and turn it into hard material and take it away. And it was a fascinating session that we sat in on. And it's something that I think I have the paperwork at home. And if I do, I'll get it to probably the director, to Mr. Burke. But I didn't want to forget, I did forget that, and I meant to say it earlier, but it was a pretty good session, and Mark and I enjoyed it immensely. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Good updates. Okay, over to our CEO, please, for your update.
Thank you. I think we've covered a lot of ground today, and I'm between you and adjournment, so I'm going to pass today. Thank you.
Okay, and we have no closed sessions, so can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
Just that this meeting is hereby adjourned at 2:37 p.m.
And moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor? Thank you, and carried. Have a great rest of your day, everyone.
Slow weekend.